Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed your lunch. Thank you so much for cooperating with the Prime Minister's security protocol. Now, we have a captivating post-lunch lineup peppered with politics, policy, sports, films, and, of course, bookended by the Honorable Prime Minister's session in the evening. Our next session is powered by Jio Cinema. Now, all of us are big cricket fans, and in a couple of days, the most exciting tournament on the cricket calendar is about to begin. Yes, the IPL. We know cricket evokes so much passion and has lessons for all of us in mental resilience, strategizing, man management, long, medium, and short-term planning, and lateral thinking as well. And so today, we have a stellar panel to talk about all that and a lot more. Mr. 360 himself, the legend A.B. de Villiers, former South Africa captain, once fastest bowler in the world, the great Brett Lee, former Australia cricketer. The most popular voice in the commentary box, Akash Chopra, former India opening batter. And one of India's greatest ever women cricketers, Anjum Chopra, former India captain and a renowned commentator. Our esteemed panelists will be joining us for a session titled Cricket Insiders in Conversation with Shivani Gupta. Shivani, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I know we've just restarted after a lunch break, but can we please have a big round of applause for our four panelists here? You know them as well as anybody else, and I'm very privileged that I don't have to do any introductions because everybody knows you all in India very, very well. So all I'll say is, welcome to India, AB, Brett, and of course, Akash and Anjum are our pride here. Let me begin with AB. The IPL is 2 days to go. You've experienced it and how for 11 years as a player. But this time around, you're going to be commentating on the IPL. But begin by telling me, in the world, is it truly the centerpiece of cricket as we think it is in India?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here, and thanks for the introduction. It certainly is. It's grown from strength to strength over the years. It's most definitely, it's not only the biggest cricket league in the world, I think it's one of the biggest sports leagues in the world, which is quite something to have been achieved over not a long period of time. We've seen it really explode over the last few years. The performances the players put in really make them household names, and some of the foreigners coming over here get to understand a bit more about the Indian culture and also become household names over here. So it's truly remarkable. It's a great opportunity for all players, and not only players, but administrators and everyone to get involved. And I think the fans of cricket have really enjoyed it over the years.
Let me ask you, at the very top, is it harder to be Mr. 360, or is it going to be harder to be a commentator and please the fans inside the commentating box?
Well, over there at Jio Cinema, we've got a fantastic team, so I really feel at home. It's not an individual sport, which helps a lot. It's nice to have teammates around you, and we have a lot of fun, and that's also part of our strength over there. We are still cricket players. I still feel like I just played the other day, so that's the way we commentate as well. We really give the fans and the audience a bit of a insight of what it feels like to go through those moments, the pressure moments, what it feels like in the change room, what it feels like to lose and also to win. And I think that's what makes it really special.
But are you nervous about commentating more than when you were going out to pad up?
I don't think so, to be honest. It's a lot less pressure. You just sit there and you watch the players make the mistakes instead of yourself. It was very nerve-wracking to walk out there to bat. Luckily, when I had my bat in hand, I started relaxing a bit, but the build-up was always really terrifying.
Do one thing, take your bat in the commentary box as well.
I should, sitting next to Brett Lee.
Yes. Brett, I was going to come to you. How has that journey been for you? What are the adjustments you had to make as a player to a commentator?
Well, firstly, namaste, ab kaise ho? It's great to be back in my, my second country. The adjustments, look, it's obviously different going from being a player than going up in the commentary box and working on the game. But the thing is, we're very lucky that we all have played, the game and now get to talk about the game, which we love. So it's so humbling as a former player to get out there and, as AB said, to watch other players and see what they do, the mistakes that they make and how they can fix the game. But for us, it's a lot of fun. We're sitting with mates that we've played against, mates that we've played with, and it's still like you actually get the feeling like you're still there playing, but we're not warming up and we're not doing the stretches. If he's Mr. 360, which he is, I think I might call myself Mr. 160. Not with my batting, of course.
Absolutely. But tell me, what is it about the IPL that clicks so well? And what is the impact that you have seen, both as a player and now, from outside the boundary line, that this league has made in world cricket?
Look, I think what the Indian Premier League has done, it's actually brought a lot of different cultures a lot closer together. And my first, couple of years, my first 3 years, I think it was playing for Kings 11, the Punjab Kings back then. And seeing how different guys prepare. Like you got guys from South Africa, obviously players from India, from all over the world, and just the different preparations that they go through. And I think it's brought the cricket nations a lot closer together. It doesn't mean that we don't, when you get the chance to play against them on a national scale, that camaraderie's still there, that passion, that aggression's still there, but it just transcends and actually finds a way to take that angst out of the game. And that's what the Indian Premier League has done. It just gets better and better and better. I always joke around and say that the hardest part about playing in the Indian Premier League wasn't necessarily the training and the bowling, it was the after parties and trying to recover from that. So that was a lot of fun. It's changed though.
Spoken like a true player.
It's changed.
I think a few cricketers have said so. But Akash, speaking of the IPL and its success, I do want to broaden this to the format itself. We've had a lot of conversations and Brett and AB can weigh in on this as well, along with Anjum. There's been a sense that the T20 format in itself is a bit threatening to other formats, particularly the classical format of Test cricket. Do you sense that there is a concern? I mean, the BCCI recently incentivized monetarily for players to play more Test cricket. What does that tell you? And is there a concern?
Good afternoon, everyone. And actually, these two guys, for everybody's consumption, their Aadhaar card is already made, and we are linking it with their bank accounts as well. So they're as Indians can be. But when you talk about the T20 cricket threatening, I think there is a possibility of everyone to coexist. This was the threat way back in 2008 as well, when the tournament was first launched. I was one of those skeptics that it may actually eat into Test cricket too much. Nobody would want to play Test cricket and all of that because I was still that old school and couldn't play like AB, of course. Not many of us could. But it has still coexisted. Let's be fair. On Geo Cinema and Sports 18, we were covering the Test series that just got concluded. It was India versus England. Absolute top draw where contests were very keenly contested. Two quality teams going at each other. There is a lot of charm there. Yes, it is under a bit of pressure, but pressure is good. All cricketers will tell you that we need to thrive under pressure. If you buckle and you disappear, I mean, bad luck. But Test cricket has survived 150 odd years. So there must have been a few other existential crises that may have come up earlier, but it has survived. BCCI is doing its bit. It's not just, they've added actually 45 lakh rupees, up to 45 lakh rupees per game, in addition to the 15 lakh that you get. So it's about nearly, what, 80,000 US dollars for a game of cricket, which is phenomenal. See, India will continue to do its bit. Australia is, again, very keen to play Test cricket. South Africa is facing their own set of challenges, and we don't mean to look down upon anyone because all of us are very different. We have our own challenges. But I do feel when you talk about Test cricket, like we are doing at the IPL, and you will see it on Geo Cinema throughout, we celebrate this festival of cricket for the next 2 years. But we take Test cricket equally seriously. And that's how we did for the last 5 weeks when England were here. And it will thrive only if the three big boys at this point in time, India, England, and Australia, sorry, AB, they keep investing in it, and they keep actually funding the T20 money should start funding test cricket. At some stage it will happen. It is already now visible in Indian cricket when you talk about those $80,000 per game. So that might just be the road ahead, because anybody who's played the game, anybody worth its salt will tell you that test cricket is actually the pinnacle
test.
of your skill set, or skill set being challenged. So I'm sure it'll stay maybe in a slightly different form and shape, but it'll be there.
Anjum, lots of responsibility on respective boards to do their bit, because as we all accept, there is a bit of threat, and we need to do a little bit more. Do you sense that all boards will put their thinking caps on and put their hands together?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. If I didn't say it, then I would have been singled out. So I rather say good afternoon to everyone. So I think, look, for the women cricketers, it's welcoming sign if we can continue to play test cricket. And since India has won, the good part is that India beat Australia and England at home. So the fillip of hosting more test matches has come about. We will be hosting South Africa in a couple of months down, just after the IPL. So that's important. But I do feel that test cricket cannot die. So it's like what Akash said, when T20 came in, no one will play test cricket. But, it's like a wheel, like this Rising India wheel that we're all a part of at this point of time. It will come around. And I think it's obviously the English cricket board, Australian, Indian, South African, New Zealand, all these cricket boards will need to do their bit. They will all come around. It's all about investing at the right time, at the right place.
But Amy, certainly the modern cricketer, do you sense faces a different dilemma when it comes to choosing their career path, which is why we are having to incentivize a little bit for them? I mean, different choices that they have to make vis-a-vis what you had to make in your days?
Yeah, I'm quite thankful I never had to make the decision. I was always motivated just to play for my country, and whatever comes after that is a bonus, If there are any other leagues, which happened during my career. For youngsters these days, it's really not an easy decision, but it should be made easy for them, and that's where I'm coming from. I feel cricket is like music, and test cricket is like classical music. It almost becomes part of you. It's an art, where T20 is probably more like rock music. It's more entertaining and exciting, but there's room for all genres to exist within music. But it comes from the administrators, the boards, and they really need to take these decisions out of their hands, or at least make it easy for them and say, you know what, it can be entertaining and can be good for you to go and commit for test cricket. If you want to play T20s, no problem, there's your route. So I think that's the way forward.
Brett, what would you tell modern day cricketer today when it comes to these dilemmas?
Well, firstly, have fun. That's the reason why we play cricket. And I'm with AB. I started playing cricket professionally 96, 97, I think it was, a long, long time ago. And the choice and options weren't there. And my dream was to play for Australia, to wear the baggy green cap. So we want to make sure that any kid, any young boy or girl that wants to get the chance to play Test cricket can have that opportunity. I think across the board, though, what would have to happen in order to make it work is to make sure that the players get paid the same amount of money, whichever country that they're playing for. And if we can do that and bring different nations up to speed that aren't getting paid as well as they would in a T20 format, whereas it's the IPL or whatever format it might be, that might encourage the young boys and girls then to go back to play, I guess, more cricket. So maybe, yeah, it's up to the boards to get more funding in order to look after their players coming through.
I'll just add one small bit, and that's where I think broadcaster can and has played a role. Of course, we've spoken about the players, how can they be incentivized, but this is what we actually did it. Make it accessible to everyone to watch it for free. There are countries where it is not on terrestrial TV, and then you don't get to see it at all. If you don't see it, you're not going to be encouraged to play it. So the last test series, I keep referring to that event, India-England, wonderful test series, but it was also available on everyone's mobile. Go wherever you watch. Bring people into the stadium, don't charge them a penny, just bring them in. Because if they watch their heroes play only in colored clothing for their franchise or for their respective countries, that's what they want to be. And if you want them to play Test cricket, expose them to Test cricket, and suddenly they'll fall in love with it. Yeah. So that's something that responsibility also lies with us. from a broadcaster point of view, that make it entertaining, make it innovative, and make it accessible, because that's important.
You know, speaking of broadcasting, Akash, I don't think it would be unfair to say to anybody else that you are the most popular Hindi commentator in India and the world. What Akash has managed to do with his YouTube channel plus your signature brand of Akash Vani is absolutely phenomenal. So kudos on that. But you know, you, unlike us in news, get very real-time feedback. What is the biggest feedback you've received when you do this and interact with audiences? What has been the learning, the biggest learning?
Well, firstly, thank you so much. She's been too kind. See, feedback mechanism is a fantastic thing. Where do you get it from? And that's what I think digitalization has actually been a game changer. If you were always been on linear TV, for example, if you're on linear medium, how would you know what works, what doesn't? It is just between a group of people deciding, oh, this is nice, and that is perhaps not nice. But when you are on a digital medium, I think feedback is almost instant. You get to know if people are tuning in, going out, when they actually tend to drop. And now you obviously are deeply ingrained in the digital space as well. So metrics have changed quite a bit. And I also feel actually that digital medium is empowering people. Previously, you didn't have a choice. Now, when you consume any sort of content on digital medium, you have the choice. You're not sitting in a group of people and watching something on linear TV with a remote control being with somebody else. You're not forced to do anything. If it's on your mobile phone, you decide what you want to watch. And if the person who's watching is empowered, then it's our duty to engage him and engage him or her for a significant period of time. Because if we are failing to do so, then there is no hope. And that's where now when we talk about the IPL and what we did at JioCinema, it can only happen in a digital space where you got 17 feed with 12 languages and only at a click that you decide.
So do you modify what you're doing immediately almost, realizing, okay, you know, we need to do something different?
You do, actually. You take feedback if it's available, if it's there, you watch it and then you say, okay, fine, this is clicking, this may not be clicking. Pop culture references, the new age Gen Z things I may or may not relate to personally because of the age. But my kids do. So you listen to them all the time and you respect them a lot more because they are the ones who are giving you their time. And if you don't value it, I think it's not going to fly. So, and very empowered audience has to be engaged entertainingly enough for them to stay with you.
I think the other thing too on JioCinema and the great thing that we have as broadcasters is that, you know, we do things a little bit differently. You know, when you look at other different channels and stuff, everyone can see the cricket, you know, they can see the ball going to the boundary, they can see the reason why it's gone to the boundary, but what we bring is a different insight from past players, different education, you know, the reasons behind playing that shot, the thought process that goes behind playing that shot, and we've got more time to explain it, I think, between balls, and that's, I've done both. I've done, you know, the live feed where we've done things, and I've done stuff last year with JioCinema. It's very, very entertaining because we, you know, bring a different style of broadcasting to the team, and yeah, it's been heaps of fun.
You know, Anjum, one of the biggest innovations was different languages. I mean, India is a country of, you know, tens of languages that people speak, and the experiences that people have had with so many different languages, commentary now available online, is a huge revolution. I mean, what is the difference you noticed in the way the audiences were pulled in because of language alone?
A taxi driver was watching IPL on JioCinema in Bhojpuri language.
Yes.
So I had to ask him what is the score because he was consuming that content and he says it's brilliant. Then one fine day I was like, do you only watch cricket in Bhojpuri language? He says, no, friends of mine and actually watch it in Punjabi language also. So there I was in a more comfortable space because I do understand Punjabi. But it's the fact, like what the gentleman have just mentioned about consumption of content, if it's available in a very much relatable language, which is the first language for many people, be it Bhojpuri, be it Bengali or any other language, if it's more relatable and it's also said in a very funny way as well, because it's at the end of the day, it's entertainment. It's not a product which you consume with a lot of seriousness. Seriousness is for the cricketers because we play, but not for the audience. So I think the way that JioCinema has brought about different languages, it made it more accessible, as Akash mentioned, and the entertainment value, that's why we see the product so successful.
Who here would have thought that you would have commentary in Bhojpuri one day for cricket? Raise your hands. Did anyone see this coming? No. In Punjabi? No. Right? That's the difference that has happened today, isn't it? Akash, I mean, it's been a revolution.
Well, there is Haryanvi this year because people were asking for it. That, this is far more entertaining.
What are the requests that are coming in?
Oh, lots actually, I'll tell you. So there's our Punjabi commentator goes by the name of Sunil Taneja. He's very popular. People in Pakistan, and I met them, they said, we are watching him via VPN. I was like, wow, okay. Because it is so
Punjabi
popular.
is spoken very popularly.
It is spoken
in
very well.
Pakistan.
Yeah, it's spoken there. So, see, I'll tell you, sport is a very strange kind of content piece that you can consume on mute. Let's be fair, if it's there, you don't even have to switch on the audio to know what is happening. The audio is based only on your preference. If it is entertaining enough, I want to listen to it. I've got a teammate, he comes from Khurja. So I asked him, अच्छा तुम्हारे गांव में क्या होता है? तुम क्या commentary सुनते हो? यार सर म्यूट पे सुनते थे. हम तो क्रिकेट ही म्यूट पे देखते हैं. We don't watch it with commentary because it's English. They don't understand it. See, there is no disrespect, but if it is the language that I don't relate to, I don't understand, I might as well watch on mute. But the moment I give you the language preference, the language that you speak in, the world opens up. It's far more entertaining and engaging in the end.
Yeah, and AB, it's not just about languages. It's also about capturing audiences that maybe were, I wouldn't say neglected, but felt neglected. I mean, you have a YouTube, a YouTube show of your own, and you were seen on a show with Mrs. De Villiers one day. So it's also about getting people involved, people generally that you wouldn't have spoken cricket with, isn't it?
Yeah, with the YouTube show, I learned from the best over there. It's not so easy, but I do enjoy it. It's nice to stay in touch with the cricket audience, and that's the idea behind the YouTube show, is to keep sharing what's on my mind about the cricketing world and some other stuff as well. But yes, once again, with our JioCinema feed, we have the Hangout feed, which is quite different. And I was on that show with my wife, and I also got educated in that show, to be honest. She told me that, no, this one time when KKR played RCB, and I'm obviously a RCB player, she actually supported KKR. And I was like, excuse me, what's that all about? She said, no, Shah Rukh Khan is one of my favorite guys. So I also learned some stuff on there, but I think the audience really relate to that. It's something different. It's something about my personal life and everyone's personal lives, and we get some of the players on there as well. I think Virat's been on, a few of the younger guys get on the show, and we just talk about different things, not only cricket. And yes, there are die-hard cricketing fans out there, but there are also fans that want to know a bit more and not just cricketing stuff. So I think from that point of view, I think JioCinema has done incredibly well.
There's also Brett 4K, there are hero cams, there's so much technological innovation that is going on. Does that boggle your mind sometimes to see so many different
And that's just
feeds?
up in the commentary box. on the field, it's good as well. Nah, look, it's to see cricket in a different light where it's so close and so realistic now, and the camera angles and the clarity that you can watch with now is fantastic. You mentioned, 17 different languages. I reckon there's 18. There's Hinglish as well. We should put Hinglish in there as the 18th. Which
And
we
Brett
try
would do well in that. Brett can speak a bit of Hindi.
Tora Hindi, tora.
We are teaching him to be on Hindi feed this year.
Hindi, Punjabi, we'll have a crack at everything, right? Sashri Kalji up the back there. Look, it's so exciting. We are on the eve of the Indian Premier League starting. Great to be part of JioCinema. It's a lot of fun. We want to bring a different product. People are enjoying it, and life is pretty good.
Yeah. Speaking of the IPL, I should mention, Anjum, the WPL just finished. This project has been a revelation of sorts. Of course, we knew the IPL was already successful, but there was a little trepidation with the WPL launching a couple of years ago. Are you surprised at all with how well loved this product has already become?
Day one, I was surprised. I think at the launch of the WPL, which was in Mumbai last year, and the stadium was full in Navi Mumbai. And I remember talking to Zach Zahir, and he was like, wow, this is brilliant. I said, now Zahir, can we sustain it? Because of course, JioCinema is showcasing it. It's going in digital. It's going on different languages on digital as well. He says, look, how the cricket is played on the park will determine the success of it. Of course, rest is history. Cricket was entertaining. And I was surprised looking at the numbers even after season 1 and now after season 2, that some of the best cricket played at the global level, we have surpassed those numbers, which means the content is consumed by more than 10 million people. I'm not comparing it to any of the World Cups right now, but then if our Indian product can deliver a hit like this, then I think we've done really well. And that's exactly what we wanted. We wanted the WPL to succeed. We wanted cricket to be showcased, brought to them as easily accessible as it was and is, and women's cricket to be right in front of them. So I think for me, it's perfect because WPL just supersedes or precedes IPL. And if Bangalore team wins it, it's entertaining like this.
No,
Why not?
I was going to come to AB. AB, the girls have finally done it. When are the boys going to do it?
I think it's destiny. It's honestly like, I mean, the girls did it now, and in a relationship, the guys got to come to the party now. It's just how it is. I do think the shackles are broken. I think this is the year. It's meant to be for the guys.
I don't mean to pull your leg, but every season we say this is going to be RCB season.
You've heard it before, right?
We've heard it before.
Maybe the change of name, though. The change of
Bengaluru.
name,
They've become
the
Bengaluru.
change of colours on the shirt colour. Maybe this is the year.
But just to come back to the WPL quickly, what I really enjoyed is we know the final was in Delhi.
Yes.
And we saw the footage of the streets of Bengaluru going absolutely crazy. Fans filling the streets. And it just shows you how far the WPL has come. You know?
At the toss, you couldn't hear anything what the captain was coming back to you with. So it was that kind of fan following. And for us also, for all the broadcasters, for us also it was an eye-opening because those RCB fans are everywhere. And it's such a nice thing to see the stadium being full.
No, I feel for the RCB fans, and I think it's good to have them this win. But do you really genuinely feel, AB, this could be RCB's year? I know you'll be a little bit biased, but who looks like a good title contender?
I really do believe we can win it. We will win it this year. Look, you got to be patient. Sport is a funny thing. Cricket is not predictable. Otherwise, it would have been boring. So maybe once the shackles are broken, and I really think the women, sometimes things just happen in a weird way. I think the women have broken the shackles, and once the RCB men's team get one win, I think there's going to be quite a few back-to-back. So yeah, hopefully we go from strength to strength this season.
Brett, do you agree?
I was actually going through the list of teams, the 10 franchises, and I, not because he's sitting next to me, but I actually think RCB have got a very good chance this year. Yeah, I would not back against them.
Well, they always have a very good chance. When do they not have a very good chance? They've always got a good team.
They have arguably had the best side for a number of years, but maybe different ways where they're playing, and maybe too, over here in India, there's a lot of superstitions. The change of the name, the change of the colour of the clothing. This could be their year.
No, but AB, what did hold RCB back? Like, I'm sure there were plenty of discussions around this because it had a superstar team, including yourself, for so many years.
There were 9 other superstar teams as well, It's just, you look at World Cups, I mean, any team can win it. The IPL, actually, even more so. There are 10 incredibly
But most of the teams have won it.
Well, there are quite a few that haven't won it too,
We are sitting in Delhi, don't forget, huh?
Don't remind me about Delhi.
Let's not go there.
I know Anjum, Akash and I suffer because of the Delhi thing. But was there something, or it's just how it goes sometimes?
It's just part of sport. It's not predictable. We gave it our absolute best, lost a couple of times, or 3 times in the final. We had our chances here and there, so we got ourselves to blame. But hopefully, and I mentioned it to you before, hopefully the legacy over the last few years that the senior players or the guys who have left already have left behind will carry the team across the line in the years to come.
Akash, what is the Akash Tippani and the Akash Vani on this season's title contenders?
See, I think firstly Smriti will go to the men's dressing room and give them a pep talk. That's what should happen.
She should.
They gave her a beautiful guard of honor yesterday, I was seeing, and it was beautiful. On a serious note, I do feel, all teams are fairly good, and I agree with AB. There's just a lot more to it than having a good team which results in lifting the trophy. When I just put all teams together, Mumbai Indians is standing out. They are a very good team. So I'd say it could just be the Mumbai's year once again.
Anjum, for you?
And also keep Delhi in the mix as well.
We do keep Delhi in the mix every
Delhi
year.
in the mix. They're just around, and RCB can jump from there as well. So don't put more pressure on AB. He's not playing. He doesn't have to hit those shots around the ground. But I'm sure as long as IPL is entertaining and we can see all that entertainment in different languages on Jio Cinema, why not?
AB, will you go to the dressing room maybe? Catch up with the old guys and, I don't know, talk to them?
Listen, you're asking me a lot of questions now. Eh? She's putting me under big pressure. I would love to. I have been in touch with some of the players. They have a new coach in Andy Flower. Some things have changed over there, so maybe a bit of a fresh start for them. So I've decided just to sit back and wait. If I hear from someone, I will very much be open to have a conversation with the guys and give them whatever knowledge I have. But I do feel there's so many world-class players in that team for this season. They're going to be just fine.
All right. So, you know, we have on the panel members of the cricket world who've done what they did with the bat and ball. And then, you know, they have other talents. We all know about Brett Lee's musical talent that has been flourishing all through his cricket career, but also, especially post that. We know about your love affair with India as well. We've got YouTube content creators in AB and Akash and commentators par excellence. But you are here, Brett. I do want to ask you. You want to hum something nice in Hindi for us?
In Hindi? Hame tumhara hun, tumhare hi rahunga.
Put it in music.
What was that?
That was a little cheesy love song I wrote in 2006, and I sang it. I had the pleasure to sing with Asha Bhosle.
I remember that.
And it was funny because I used to go to the ground and I'll be there playing, whether it be in the Indian Premier League, and to think that I'll be out there running in the bowl and they'll be singing the song that I wrote, which was quite fun.
I know that AB loves Hindi songs too. You were humming some on your YouTube channel. Hum, please, sing.
I'm a shower singer, you know. I keep the stuff in my head.
But what is that favorite song of yours?
I'm definitely not going to sing on live TV, all right? But I do know a few. But I think
Okay,
Brett,
tell us your favorite song.
well, I performed with Shah Rukh Khan before. Ye dozati hum nahi.
Oh, so
very
nice.
good.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
And it sounds so very different when AB has actually sung that song, or in a little few words. It sounds so very different. Hum ye dosti hum nahi todenge and all. Very nice.
He's
Give him
he's
company.
also in Hindi commentary box this year then. He's there. Suraj ki bahon mein? No? Okay, let's leave it.
One of my favorite songs.
Mukabala.
Come on, Akash, let's give him company.
No,
You start, I'll follow.
I'll have to put it on because I'm bad at it. There are two better singers here, much better. Where is it? I kept it somewhere.
Anjum knows that song as well.
Back after
Yeah.
a short break.
Yeah, but who's singing it with me?
AB singing it with you.
AB
Because
AB
this is
singing it.
AB's favorite song.
So he was singing a song from the.
Who knows the lyrics?
That is a nice song.
Come on, come on, come on.
So for cricketers, basically, it's if you're not on the park, you're obviously, you know,
With your
right now,
headphones.
of course, you're listening to music personally, but earlier days, music was loud on the team bus, and there was no option. So if it was a player who understood Hindi or Punjabi or any other language, that was the music which used to play on the team bus.
Yes.
And everyone else had no option. So whether it was a Walkman or whether it was a CD or now with the AirPods or whatever you might call it, nowadays you do have options. Earlier you didn't. So it was one of those, so Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara.
Walkman. I have not heard Walkman for about 20 years. That's brilliant.
Exactly. There was no option. You had whoever was seated next to the driver, the cassette or the CD or whatever. Yeah, was just get it.
The good old
plugged in.
days.
Yeah.
Good old days.
Final 15 seconds, Akash. The IPL season starting in 2 days. If you were to set it up for the audiences in Hindi, how would you do it? And we'll end with that.
बहुत सारे records बनेंगे, बहुत सारे टूटेंगे. बहुत सारा बहेगा पसीना और होगा बहुत सारा पेन, पर यही तो सिखाया था ना कि नो पेन नो गेन। 17 का खतरा इस बार होने वाला है, बिकॉज दिस इज सीजन नंबर 17 और मंच तैयार है। अब देखना ये होगा कि सरपंच कौन बनेगा। 5 बार जीता है चेन्नई, 5 बार जीता है मुंबई। विल वी हैव अ न्यू विनर इन बैंगलोर? वी शैल फाइंड आउट।
All right. On that note, a big round of applause for our cricketers on the panel. Thank you so much, ABG, Breckley, Akash, and Anjum. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Shivani. That was a very engaging discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session involves a bright bunch of young and talented actors. There's always something special about generational change, more so if it involves people where the next gen is crafting its own stories in an industry where compelling storytelling is a superpower. A famous surname can give you a head start. It can also, however, carry the risk of snowing you under a mountain of expectations. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome 4 supremely talented actors, Rajveer Deol, Alize, Vedang Raina and Palak Tiwari for a session titled New Gen, New Genres in Conversation with Pankaj Bhargav. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for them.
लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, जोरदार तालियों से हमारी जो यंग जनरेशन है फिल्म इंडस्ट्री की, इनका जबरदस्त तरीके से स्वागत होना चाहिए आपके बीच में। बहुत बहुत स्वागत आप चारों का। एलिजे, मैं शुरुआत करना चाहूंगा आपसे। देखिए, जब आप एक ऐसी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में एक ऐसी फैमिली से आते हैं जहां इतने बड़े बड़े सुपरस्टार्स हों, सबसे बड़े सुपरस्टार हों, तो बहुत मुश्किल होता है कि कैसे शुरुआत करें। मैंने आपके बारे में तो ये सुना है कि आपका इरादा नहीं था फिल्म इंडस्ट्री ज्वाइन करने का, तो फिर कैसे आपको लगा कि मुझे फिल्म करनी है, फिल्मों में आना है?
एक्चुअली ये सच नहीं है। मुझे पता नहीं था अगर मुझे एक्टिंग करनी थी या मुझे फिल्म में काम करनी थी। आई वॉज नॉट श्योर विच पाथ आई वांटेड टू टेक, बट आई न्यू आई वांटेड टू वर्क इन फिल्म एंड आई न्यू आई वांटेड टू डू समथिंग क्रिएटिव। और ऐसे कुछ आई नेवर लाइक टू से आई हैड एनी प्रेशर। मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगता है बोलने के लिए, बिकॉज इट्स बिन एक्चुअली अ वेरी ब्लेस्ड एंड अमेजिंग जर्नी फॉर मी, with my family support, with the support of the people that support my family. So it's been great, and I'm really grateful to be a part of this panel and to be here representing that, sir. Thank you.
तो राजवीर, ये सवाल तो मेरा आपसे भी है। देखिए, जब दादा जो हैं वो सुपरस्टार हों फिल्म इंडस्ट्री के और पिता आपके वो 2.5 किलो का जो मुक्का है, और बॉबी देओल हों, अभय देओल हों, ऐसी फैमिली से जब आप आते हैं तो कितना प्रेशर आपके पास था। और फिर आप तो भाई भी हैं, तो क्या लगा आपको कि मुझे भी इसी चीज को करना है, फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में ही अपने पैर जमाने हैं, कदम जमाने? कितना आपके लिए आसान था और कितना मुश्किल था?
I don't think you can escape it when it surrounds you so much. No matter how many other jobs I wanted to do, other careers I wanted to take, in the end, acting was always there. And for your other thing, for pressure, yeah, there's a lot of pressure. You can't escape that shadow. So you try to really, carve your own path, and you just keep trying and trying and trying. Otherwise, you just be eclipsed in their shadows forever.
नहीं, तो फिल्मों में जब आप आए हैं तो आप दादा को ज्यादा सोच के आए दिमाग में कि दादा जैसा बनना है, उनकी जैसी एक्टिंग करनी है, या आपके घर में सनी देओल जो हैं आपके पिता हैं उनके जैसा बनना है, बॉबी देओल जैसा बनना है? क्या था आपके जहन में जब आप आए फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में, या अपनी एक अलग आइडेंटिटी बनानी?
I just wanted my own identity. I can't do what they do, no matter how much I try.
बिल्कुल। देखिए, जाहिर बात है आपके लिए थोड़ी डगर बहुत मुश्किल है। वेदांग, आपके बारे में हमने सुना है कि भाई अगर लुक्स की बात होती है, दिखने की बात होती है, तो सिर्फ एक नाम है, वो है वेदांग। तो ये जो पॉपुलैरिटी है आपकी, पहली फिल्म जो आपने की उसके बाद से ये चीज़ें तो आपको सुनने को मिल रही थी। तो जो पहली फिल्म का अनुभव था, और वो भी डायरेक्टर अगर मैं कहूँ तो उनकी कितनी सुपर हिट फिल्म थी जो पहली फिल्म उन्होंने बनाई थी, हाउ वाज द एक्सपीरियंस?
सर, बहुत ही अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस था। मेरे लिए बहुत नया था ये सब, क्योंकि ऐसे बचपन से प्लान नहीं था कि मैं फिल्मों में काम करूँगा, एक्टर बनूँगा। ये कॉलेज में ऐसे एक आई वुड से चस्का चढ़ा फर्स्ट ईयर कॉलेज में कि मॉडलिंग में ट्राई करता हूँ और मैं उससे पहले एक सिंगर था, तो मैं म्यूज़िक बनाता था, गिटार बजाता हूँ. सो इट स्टार्टेड लाइक दैट एंड देन इवेंचुअली आई स्टार्टेड ऑडिशनिंग, क्योंकि मेरी एजेंसी ने बोला आप थोड़े ऑडिशंस दो. एंड धीरे धीरे ऑडिशन देते देते एक ऑडिशन लैंड हुआ. और तो मतलब आई जस्ट कंसिडर माई सेल्फ लकी. ऐसे कुछ प्लान नहीं था, लेकिन ये हो गया एंड आई एम वेरी ग्रेटफुल फॉर इट. और एक्सपेक्टेशंस तो कुछ थे ही नहीं, क्योंकि कुछ मतलब आई नेवर एक्सपेक्टेड टू बी इन दैट पोजिशन. सो या व्हाटएवर इज हैपनिंग राइट नाउ, इट्स ऑल बोनस.
बिल्कुल. तो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आप चाहेंगे, चूंकि गाने का जिक्र किया है, अभी तो नहीं लेकिन थोड़ा सा आगे आप कहेंगे, आपका गला खराब है मुझे मालूम है, वो आप जरूर कहेंगे, लेकिन आप सुनना चाहेंगे जरूर कि ये क्या गाते हैं, कैसा गाते हैं, आप देखना चाहेंगे, सुनना चाहेंगे. एक बार जरा बोल दीजिए आप, ऐसा होगा. तो देखिए, अब आपके ऊपर आपको सोचने का हमने टाइम दिया. जब तक मैं पलक से बात करता हूं, मैं वापस आपके पास आऊंगा. पलक, जरा आप बताएं, आपकी जो पहली फिल्म थी उसमें एक बड़े स्टार आपके साथ थे और दूसरी फिल्म में तो इतने बड़े स्टार थे, तो वो दोनों फिल्मों का जो आपका शुरुआत हुई वो अलग अलग एक्सपीरियंस रहे होंगे. तो कैसा एक्सपीरियंस था पहली पिक्चर का और फिर जो दूसरी आपने इतने करोड़ की फिल्म कर डाली?
सर, वही मैं बहुत सौभाग्य की बात मानती हूँ कि मेरी पहली फिल्म इतने करोड़ों की थी. पर उसमें आपको पता है ये हो गया कि एक कलाकार के लिए सबसे कठिन चीज़ होती है बॉक्स ऑफिस, और वो हमारा जो सरदर्द था वो सलमान सर ने ले लिया. तो वो एक टेंशन मेरे शोल्डर से कम हो गई. तो उसमें आई थिंक ये एक्सपीरियंस पूरा हंसी मजाक का हो गया, मज़े का हो गया, क्योंकि मैंने अपनी जो पहली फिल्म थी, मैं इतने बड़े लोगों के साथ काम करी थी कि मुझे लगा मैं सिर्फ सीख लेती हूँ, मैं यहाँ पे कुछ दे तो नहीं पाऊँगी, पर मैं सीख लेती हूँ. और वहाँ पे मैंने सिर्फ सब कुछ निचोड़ा है. मैंने आसपास देखा है, हमने अच्छा ऐसे करते हैं, अच्छा ऐसे करते हैं, मैंने सब सीख लिया वहाँ से. और वो थी मेरी पहली फिल्म. और जो मेरी दूसरी फिल्म है वो अभी तक आई नहीं है, पर वो संजय दत्त सर के साथ है, वो उसमें है. उतना नहीं जितना सलमान सर थे, किसी का भाई किसी की जान में, पर संजय सर प्रोड्यूसर भी हैं. तो इसमें थोड़ी ज़्यादा हैवी लोडिंग है. तो ये मुझे लगता है कि ये पार्ट 2 है. पार्ट 1 में सीखो एक बड़े स्टार से, पार्ट 2 में दूसरे बड़े स्टार के सामने जाके, ये मुझे पता है, हाँ इतना मुझे आता है. तो ये थोड़ी प्रिपेयर होगी मैं सलमान सर की वजह से, तो बस वही लकी होगी वहाँ.
अच्छा, वो इतने बड़े स्टार हैं, वो आपको बिल्कुल फील नहीं होने दिया होगा उन्होंने, जब आप फिल्म बन रही थी, जब वो शूटिंग चल रही थी, ऐसा तो फील नहीं होने दिया आपको?
आई थिंक वो कभी कभी खुद भूल जाते हैं कि वो बहुत बड़े स्टार हैं. उनको बहुत अच्छा लगता है सबको एक जैसा रखने, कि सबको एक जैसा रखें. उनको बहुत, स्पेशली अगर कोई उनको लगता है ना बच्चा है, उनको बहुत प्यार से रखते हैं. बहुत हमेशा सिखाना उनको बहुत पसंद है. उनको नहीं लगता कि हमारी उम्र में कोई गलती कर सकता है. उनको लगता है ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, अच्छे से करो, ये नहीं ऐसे करो. कोई भी चीज़ बड़ी या छोटी नहीं होती. तो उनसे मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा है.
बिल्कुल, बहुत कुछ सीखा है. एलिजे, देखिए, इतने बड़े क्रिटिक अगर घर में ही हो, जब आप फिल्म कर रही थी तो क्या उनकी कुछ गाइडेंस मिलती रहती थी, या पूरा छोड़ा हुआ था उन्होंने कि आप अपना बेस्ट दो, और बाद में जब वो फिल्म लगी, जब उन्होंने देखी, तो वो कॉम्प्लीमेंट या जो भी उन्होंने कुछ कहा, जरा वो शेयर करें हमारे दर्शकों के साथ?
आई थिंक सबसे बड़ी चीज़ जो थी वॉज दैट कि उन्होंने मुझ पर इतनी यकीन की दैट ही वॉज ओके टू सपोर्ट अ फिल्म विद अ फीमेल प्रोटैगनिस्ट लाइक फर्रे, एंड इट वॉज द बेस्ट थिंग वी कुड हैव आस्क्ड फॉर. क्योंकि आई थिंक एडवाइस तो बहुत लोग देते हैं, बट टू एक्चुअली डू समथिंग फॉर समवन फिजिकली टू मेक अ मूवी हैपन, to find investors, to get the script, to get the director, इतना commitment देने के लिए it's very I'm really grateful कि उन्होंने मुझे इतना support किया. and more than advice, I think it's that वो जो silent presence रहता है, एक guardian angel जैसा, कि हम देख रहे हैं, हम involved नहीं हो रहे, you should be independent, you should live your life. लेकिन दूर दूर से वो देखते रहते थे, कि आई एम हियर फॉर यू एंड आई एम देयर. ऐसे कुछ स्पेसिफिक उन्होंने
अच्छा, ये बताइए कि वो लाड और डांट का मिक्स होता है उनके साथ, या बहुत ज्यादा लाड करते हैं, डांटा कभी किसी बात के लिए उन्होंने?
कभी भी नहीं, कभी भी नहीं.
और
हमेशा प्यार से बात करते हैं.
जब फिल्म देखी तो पहली बार क्या कहा फिल्म देखने के बाद?
एक्चुअली उन्होंने कुछ बोला नहीं. आई थिंक दैट वाज गुड. ही वाज वेरी हैप्पी विद इट एंड ही सेड या कि बहुत अच्छी है, एंड आई थिंक वी शुड गो थिएट्रिकल, क्योंकि प्लान था कि हम OTT पे रिलीज़ करेंगे पहले. फिर उसके बाद फिल्म देखने के बाद हमें लगा कि शायद theaters में एक chance होगी, and I think that was the biggest compliment we received from him. कि he said कि we should do a theatrical release for Farre. So I think that was the best thing.
बिल्कुल, और ऐसे छोटे छोटे बच्चे जब हैं, जब इतना अपनी मेहनत से काम करते हैं, भले ही वो ऐसी फैमिली से आते हैं जो पहले फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में, लेकिन इनके लिए बहुत मुश्किल होता है अपने लिए अलग से जगह बना पाना। वेदांग, अगर मैं आपकी बात करूं, आपकी जो पहली फिल्म थी उसमें स्टार किड्स थे, शाहरुख खान की बेटी थी, खुशी थी उसमें, अगस्त्य नंदा थे, तो क्या उनके बीच में आप वो फिल्म कर रहे थे, आपके लिए थोड़ा ज्यादा मुश्किल था या बहुत आसान था? किस तरह का वो अनुभव रहा शूटिंग के वक्त का?
नहीं, मुझे ऐसे कभी फील नहीं हुआ और फील कराया भी नहीं गया, टू बी ऑनेस्ट। एंड मेरे लिए ऑलरेडी बहुत बड़ी बात थी कि मैं कोई भी सेट पे पहुंच चुका हूँ, कि मैं कोई भी फिल्म का एक पार्ट हो चुका हूँ। सो मेरा ऐसे कुछ दिमाग में ऐसे कुछ था ही नहीं कि मैं किन के साथ काम कर रहा हूँ, मेरा उसके बाद क्या होने वाला है, ऐसे कुछ दिमाग में था ही नहीं एट ऑल। बट एक्चुअली हम सब डेब्यूटेंट्स थे उस फिल्म में, तो बिकॉज वी वर ऑन दिस जर्नी टुगेदर, हम सब अपनी पहली फिल्म कर रहे थे, तो ऐसे कभी फील ही नहीं हुआ कि कुछ ऐसे डायनामिक था ही नहीं, कि ऐसे लग रहा था कि हम जस्ट 7 दोस्त हैं और एक साथ मेहनत करके एक फिल्म बना रहे हैं। तो मुझे ऐसे कभी फील कराया नहीं गया कि आई एम वर्किंग विद पीपल हु आर कैरिंग सच एन इमेंस लेगेसी। आई फेल्ट एट होम।
बिल्कुल। और राजवीर, देखिए, हमारे जो दर्शक हैं जो हमें अभी इस वक्त देख रहे हैं, यहाँ पर इस हॉल में जितने भी लोग हैं, वो ये जानना चाहेंगे। देखिए, हमने वेदांग से कह दिया, उन्होंने प्रॉमिस भी कर दिया, साइलेंस उनका जो है वो कह रहा है कि वो गाएंगे ज़रूर, भले ही वो 2 लाइन गाएं, लेकिन हम आपसे चाहेंगे, इतने पॉपुलर डायलॉग्स हैं आपके दादा धर्मेंद्र जी के, सनी देओल जो आपके पिता हैं उनके तो डायलॉग्स, तो हम चाहेंगे चूँकि आप एक्टर हैं तो कुछ तो हो जाए उनका, ताकि हमें लगे कि हाँ, उनकी जो अभी वो यहाँ नहीं है तो हमें लगे उनकी प्रेजेंस यहाँ फेल्ट हो। आप बताएं कुछ करके उनका कोई डायलॉग फेमस।
Good thing about movies is you can rewind it and play it anytime. So their dialogues as well. You don't want to paint the Mona Lisa again. So out of respect for my father, grandfather, my chacha, I will not say the dialogue.
अच्छा, पलक आप ये बताएं, अब जो म्यूजिक एल्बम्स हैं वो भी चल रही हैं फिल्म के साथ साथ, तो व्हाट डू यू एंजॉय मोर? और आपके लिए भी दिक्कत ये है कि माँ इतनी बड़ी स्टार हैं और आपके लिए भी अपनी ज़मीन तलाशना, अपनी जगह बनाना उतना आसान नहीं होता, बल्कि आपके लिए शायद ज़्यादा मुश्किल हो जाता है जब एक पैमाना सेट किया हो आपके पेरेंट्स ने और फिर लोग उनके साथ कंपैरिजन करते हैं, तो वो तो होता ही है। तो किस तरह से लेती हैं उसको?
सच बताओ, मेरी जो शुरुआत थी वो थोड़ी अलग थी। मेरा डेब्यू सच कहूँ तो बिजली ही था। तो मेरे डेब्यूटेंट डायरेक्टर थे अरविंदर सर और मेरा डेब्यू हीरो था हार्डी। और उसकी वजह से मैं आज जहाँ पे भी हूँ मैं उसी की वजह से हूँ। तो उस म्यूज़िक एल्बम ने मुझे बहुत कुछ दिया है और उसके बाद मैंने एक और की, पर फिर उसके बाद मुझे लगा कि गाने में और नाचने में मज़ा है, पर यहाँ पे मेरा दिल इतना खुश नहीं है। मेरा दिल ज़्यादा एक्टिंग में है, हमेशा से एक्टिंग में था। और अगर मैं मम्मी की बात करूं तो, और मम्मी से जो कंपैरिजन होता है उसकी बात करूं तो, मुझे कभी वो एक प्रॉब्लम लगा ही नहीं, क्योंकि मुझे लगा कि क्या ही बोलेंगे कि तुम अपनी मम्मी जितनी सुंदर नहीं हो। हाँ ठीक है, नहीं हूँ, मुझे पता है, मुझे लगता है मेरी मम्मी से ज़्यादा सुंदर कोई है ही नहीं। मैं आपसे बड़ी फ़ैन हूँ मेरी मम्मी की, तो आप मुझे क्या ही बोलोगे? फिर क्या बोलोगे, तुम अपनी मम्मी जितनी अच्छी एक्टर नहीं हो। हाँ तो मुझे 2 साल हुए हैं, मुझे टाइम तो दो थोड़ा, फिर बाद में बात करेंगे। पर मुझे लगता है कि जो भी है वो इतना बुरा नहीं है। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि मुझे मेरी मम्मी से सब कुछ सीखने मिलता है। और मैं एक्टिंग की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ, वो ज़िंदगी में इतनी सुलझी हुई औरत है ना, मुझे बस उनसे एक औरत बनना सीखना है।
क्रिटिक भी हैं, घर में बताती हैं कि ये ठीक किया तुमने, ये ठीक नहीं किया, ऐसा कुछ सुनने को मिलता है उनसे?
क्रिटिक ही है सर, क्रिटिक ही है। एक पूरी की पूरी देसी माँ है, ये गलत किया, ये गंदा किया, ये हो किया। पर जैसे अलीज़े ने कहा, अगर कुछ अच्छा हो जाता है तो एकदम मुंह बंद, तब मुझे लगता है हाँ आज कुछ नहीं बोला, आज कुछ अच्छा हुआ होगा। पर वो मुझे ही सोचना पड़ता है कि कुछ क्या अच्छा हुआ है।
अच्छा एलिज़ा, देखिए, आप ये बताएंगी क्योंकि सलमान साहब को आपसे बेहतर कौन जानता है, आपके तो 3 अगर मैं कहूँ मामू हैं, तो वो उनमें सबसे फेवरेट आपके कौन है ये मैं पूछूं तो इसका जवाब आपका होगा कि तीनों हैं, या फिर कुछ ऐसा है कि एक सबसे ज़्यादा फेवरेट हैं?
ऐसे नहीं है, अलग चीज़ के लिए मैं अलग मामू के पास में जाती हूँ।
जैसे
जैसे अगर मुझे हंसना है तो आई विल गो टू सोहेल मामू, बहुत जोक्स करते रहते हैं। अगर सीरियस सिचुएशन है,
नहीं, जैसे वो जोक क्या होते हैं?
वो सिचुएशनल होते हैं जो तो वो है। और फिर अरबाज मामू एडवाइस देने में बहुत अच्छे हैं, ही इज़ वेरी वेल स्पोकन, बहुत आर्टिकुलेट है। तो वो जब भी किसी चीज़ में मुझे एडवाइस चाहिए तो मुझे पूछना भी नहीं पड़ता है, खुद कॉल आ जाता है उनसे। एंड सलमान मामू वो it's good to be around him क्योंकि वो याद दिलवाते हैं कि you need to be young at heart and just like पलक had said कि वो बच्चे ही है अभी तक। तो sometimes उनके साथ रह के I feel like कि मैं और young हो गई हूँ। तो that's why when I go to him। तो अलग अलग चीज़ें हैं।
अच्छा, पहली फिल्म तो हो गई और वो जाहिर बात है उसमें पूरी ताकत लगी थी, पूरे लोग उसमें इन्वॉल्व थे, लेकिन अब वो फिल्म हो गई है।
जी।
अब इसके बाद का जो सफर है वो डगर जो है इतनी आसान नहीं है,
जी।
क्योंकि आप लोगों के ऊपर एक वो अलग सा प्रेशर रहता है, दबाव रहता है, उससे निकलना है। तो अब जो नेक्स्ट आपका प्रोजेक्ट है, अभी क्या बातचीत चल रही है, नई फिल्म पे काम हो रहा है या वो क्या प्रोजेक्ट है, कुछ अगर आप हमें बताना चाहें।
बता तो नहीं सकती हूँ बट चीज़ें हो रहे हैं। फर्रे वॉज रिसीव्ड वेरी वेल, क्रिटिकली बहुत अक्लेम्ड थी। तो आ रहे धीरे धीरे, अभी देखते।
अच्छा, वो जो बेस्ट फीमेल डेब्यू जो आपका हुआ था, वो अवार्ड जब आपको मिला था, तो वो पल याद है आपको? वो कैसा अनुभव, वो कैसे एक्सपीरियंस?
एक्चुअली उस मोमेंट में मैं बहुत नर्वस थी एंड बहुत डिफिकल्ट था क्योंकि अहमदाबाद में, गांधीनगर में सॉरी, I think 30,000 people were there on stage. So I got a bit nervous. तो वो पहला जो था वो याद नहीं है, पहला जो अवार्ड था. But I remember the second time मैं ज़्यादा prepared थी. I was more patient. I took the moment in. तो yeah, but वो अनुभव बहुत ही, first time was a bit scary. धीरे 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 आदत लग रही है।
बिल्कुल। और वेदांग रैना, आप कश्मीर से हैं, इतनी खूबसूरत जगह से है। कश्मीर के बारे में आप सुनते पढ़ते, आप गए तो नहीं हैं, मुंबई में रहे हैं सारे वक्त में, ऐसा सच है? ये ठीक बात है?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
तो मन होता है कश्मीर जाने का? कश्मीर के बारे में आज कल आप काफ़ी कुछ सुन रहे होंगे, पढ़ रहे होंगे, देख रहे होंगे, इतना कुछ वहाँ पर हो रहा है, अच्छी अच्छी चीज़ें सुनने को मिल रही हैं कश्मीर से, तो मन कर रहा है आपका वहाँ जाने का? कुछ वो जो सुनते हैं आप कश्मीर के बारे में, कुछ कहना चाहें अगर?
ऑफ कोर्स मेरे माता पिता तो कश्मीर में, वो दिल्ली से हैं एक्चुअली, लेकिन माय ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स, उनके एक्सपीरियंसेस मैं सुनता रहता हूँ कश्मीर के। तो मेरा बचपन से बहुत ही मन है जाने का, अपॉर्चुनिटी कभी मिला नहीं अनफॉर्चुनेटली, लेकिन इस साल एक्चुअली प्लान बन रहा था कि सम टाइम मे बी अप्रैल में यू नो द होल फैमिली विल गो। बट आई ऑलवेज हियर द बेस्ट थिंग्स अबाउट इट। और हम कश्मीरी लोग काफ़ी पैशनेट है अपने जगह के बारे में, हमारे कल्चर के बारे में, तो आई कीप हियरिंग स्टोरीज।
भाषा आती है आपको?
बहुत थोड़ी,
कुछ एक अंश उसका अगर सुना पाएं, ताकि वो जो कश्मीर में बैठे लोग आपको सुने कि हाँ, हमारा लड़का जो है वो इतना शानदार काम कर रहा है फिल्मों में। कैशुकरन
is how are you doing or what are you doing, and Myon Navch Vedang, that's my name is Vedang, and Orzu Dorkut, whoever knows that.
तो वाजवान पसंद है आपको खूब?
हाँ जी, of course. Biggest fan of Kashmiri foods are Kashmiris.
राजवीर, मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहूंगा, देखिए धर्मेंद्र साहब का एक बर्थडे था, तो मैंने उनको बड़ा लंबा चौड़ा उनके साथ इंटरव्यू किया था, तो वो जब होते हैं मंच पे तो एक माहौल सा बनता है। इतना लंबा उनका काम रहा है, इतना बेहतरीन उन्होंने काम किया है, इतना प्यार उनको लोगों से मिलता है और उनका एक अंदाज है। लेकिन अगर मैं सनी जी की बात करूं तो बहुत शाय हैं वो। आपके ब्रदर को भी मैंने देखा है और अब आपको भी देख रहा हूं। बॉबी की अगर हम बात करें तो वो आपके चाचू हैं, उनका वो पिता से मिलता मिलता है सब कुछ, लेकिन ये आप तीनों जो हैं वो बिल्कुल अलग लगते हैं दोनों से। इसका क्या कारण है?
I think we have to talk to a therapist about that. I don't have a proper. I have no clue. We just shy people.
तो जब आप दादू के साथ होते हैं अपने, तो वो तो आपको कहते होंगे कि थोड़ा कुछ बोला करो, थोड़ा हंसा करो, थोड़ा सा वो जो उनका अंदाज है, कुछ बोलते हैं, छेड़ते हैं आपको?
He likes when I crack jokes, make him laugh. That's about it.
पलक, अब आगे क्या होने जा रहा है? अब नियर फ्यूचर में क्या करने वाली हैं अभी आप?
आगे सर मैं बहुत ही ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ कि जो मेरी फिल्म आ रही है कि वो लोग देखें, क्योंकि मैं चाहती हूँ कि लोगों को देखने मिले कि एक ऐसी चीज़ जिसको लेके मैं बहुत प्राउड हूँ, जिसको लेके मैं जानती हूँ कि हाँ, इसमें मुझे लगता है कि मैंने अच्छा काम किया है, जो मैं अपने बारे में बहुत ज़्यादा बोलती नहीं हूँ। पर हाँ, तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि लोग उसको देखें, मुझे पता चले कि लोग इसके बारे में क्या सोचते हैं, और उसके बाद फिर तो मुझे बहुत अलग अलग प्रकार की फ़िल्में करनी हैं, मुझे हर जॉनरा ट्राई करना है, और होपफुली मुझे ये मौका भी मिलेगा, और मुझे लोगों का बहुत सारा प्यार चोरी करना है, ऐसे छोटू।
वो प्यार तो आपको मिल भी रहा है। जल्दी जल्दी से मैं छोटे छोटे आंसर्स चाहूंगा आपसे, और फिर वेदांग हमने आपका गाना भी सुनना है बिल्कुल आखिर में। मैं भूला नहीं हूँ, बिल्कुल याद है मुझे। आप ये बताइए कि अगर आप एक्ट्रेस ना बनती या ना होती आप एक्ट्रेस, तो क्या बनती इसके अलावा? हाँ, डायरेक्टर बनती। तो ये है तमन्ना दिल में कि एक दिन मैं कोई फिल्म डायरेक्ट करूंगी, हीरो सलमान खान होंगे उसमें?
जी बिल्कुल।
वेदांग? हाँ जी,
सिंगर होते आपने तो बता ही दिया।
या सिंगर, बिकॉज मेरा आई वुडंट से माय करियर, बट स्कूल कॉलेज में मैंने बहुत गाना गाया है। हाँ। और गिटार बजाया है।
ठीक, हम सुनेंगे आपसे। राजवीर आप बताइए, आप तो खैर पूरी फैमिली एक्टिंग में है, तो क्या अगर एक्टर ना बनते कुछ और शौक है आपको, कुछ और भी बन सकते थे आप?
Something in the gaming industry probably, gaming development or something.
पलक आप?
मैं आपको बस सच बोल रही हूँ, इसके आगे पूछना मत, क्योंकि आपने छोटा छोटा बोला। कुछ नहीं, मैं कुछ नहीं कर पाती, मैं बोल रही हूँ मुझे और कुछ नहीं आता, हो गया जल्दी से बोलिए।
तो बिल्कुल मतलब एक्ट्रेस
बस, और कुछ नहीं आता।
चलिए अब आखिर में आप चाहेंगे कि वेदांग हमारे लिए कुछ 2 लाइन गा दें?
मतलब आपने
एक बार जरा जोरदार ताली बजा दीजिए ताकि वो माहौल बने, वो गा दें। वेदांग प्लीज, देखिए अब तो आपको गाना होगा।
प्रेशर का माहौल बना दिया आपने।
हाँ, तो चलिए गाइए।
अच्छा ठीक है, 2 लाइनें गाऊंगा। आई विल ट्राई। मैंने कुछ, हाँ चलो ठीक है, लेट मी जस्ट। एक गाना है लाल इश्क। तुझे संग बैर लगाया ऐसा, रहा ना मैं फिर अपने जैसा। बस।
बहुत ही शानदार, जोरदार तालियां आप सबकी एलिजे, वेदांग, राजवीर, पलक, बहुत बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं आपके ब्राइट फ्यूचर के लिए। आप बहुत अच्छा करें, नाम करें, अपने जो परिवार के लोग हैं उनका खूब नाम बढ़ाएं। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया यहां हमारे साथ मंच में आने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू सो मच।
Very engaging and heartwarming conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, and with that, let's now shift focus to Bharat's economy. There's always something special about generational change. Now, with that, we've of course ended this session, but let's talk about the economy. If sustained economic growth is India's ambition, inclusive growth is Bharat's purpose. Welfare economics, education, health, employability will all have to sink in to cast the net growth to the widest possible range. Please welcome Dr. Shuchin Bajaj, Founder Director, Ujala Cygnus Healthcare. Vineet Rai, Founder and Chairman, Avishkar Group. Ashish Dhawan, Founder Trustee, Ashoka University. And Neera Nandi, Co-Founder, Dasra India, for a session on the Inclusion Club, inching away from inequality, in conversation with Shireen Bhan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our esteemed panelists with a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And the pressures on this panel now to outdo what we just saw, those star performers enthralling the audience here with what they intend to do. But since we are talking about the future, we're going to talk about an inclusive future for India. So much of the conversation over yesterday and today has been about the growth of India, the rise of the Indian economy. But all of this is meaningless unless growth is inclusive, unless growth is equitable. And my panel here today is going to discuss exactly that, what the roadmap ahead looks like in terms of being able to bridge some of the major inequalities that we continue to see in the country, whether we talk about the gaps in healthcare, we talk about the gaps in education. All of those are gaps that require innovative solutions, innovative thinking. Is there a road for private capital and private enterprise to bridge some of these inequities? Let's just put some numbers on the table before I get my panel to comment. And Neera Nandi is here representing Dasra. Dasra has just put out a report, as it does every year, to talk about what is happening with corporate social responsibility spends. Remember, it is mandatory for companies to allocate 2% of their profit towards corporate social responsibility. So Dasra tracks what's happening on that front and also tracks what's happening as far as the use of philanthropic capital is concerned. But the bulk of the spending on the social sector continues to be done by the government. So if you take a look at the data, approximately 23 lakh crores, that's about 8.3% of GDP, is what the government is spending as far as the social sector is concerned, but it is still well below the asking rate. The Niti Aayog believes that the gap still is almost 5% between where we need to be and where we are today in terms of social sector spending. So what role can the private sector play? Neera, let me come to you with that. You've just put out the Dasra report, and while there has been progress, both in terms of being able to raise philanthropic capital as well as CSR spending, FY23, the number stands at what? CSR 23,000 crores. What more needs to be done? What's the positive change that we've seen, but what do you believe needs to be done going forward?
So probably we need to do a lot more. If you really look at India, culturally we give a lot, but there isn't much infrastructure to support that giving. So CSR, yes, gives a lot, but what our report also talks about is how powerful family philanthropy is, retail philanthropy is, and in fact that giving can take a lot more risk and can be more innovative. So a big part of what we've been trying to do is, can you take some of that innovation and link it with government systems, because as you rightly said, they're one of the biggest, deepest pockets, and if you can't work through government systems like health and education, a majority of the population isn't going to reach there. So what we saw this year was that more CSR giving, that increase came from companies actually meeting the mandate rather than there actually being growth. But in family philanthropy, interestingly enough, it was the affluent givers, so professionals, folks who have jobs, who are giving far more of their net worth than even the ultra-high net worth.
And first-generation wealth creators doing more of the giving.
Yes, and they're giving a lot more. Well, they have liquidity events, right? So once these liquidity events happen, we call them the now generation. So the now givers are putting quite a lot of money, like the Kamath brothers, Rain Matter, putting into, or even having Ashish here, really putting money into foundations in climate and other kinds of issues that aren't always the traditional health, but more at an intersection. So you're seeing these now generation givers, you're seeing intergenerational, kind of like the panel we had before, next generation is actually wanting to do a lot more in philanthropy and thinking about how they can be more strategic. And I think what's very exciting, and you'll agree with me, Shireen, is that we're seeing women-led philanthropy actually really move the needle, and if we can really get women to do more and be more of the decision makers. So they don't necessarily create the wealth as much. Yeah. They're actually leaning into doing that philanthropy. And our Giving Pie network, which has about 300 families now, collectively giving 1,000 crores to India, 70% of these families are actually women-led, as in they're the ones engaged in the philanthropy.
So if I were to ask you, Neera, for one thing that you believe we need to prioritize, both from a private sector perspective, but also from the government's perspective, to create a much more enabling, facilitative environment to encourage more giving.
I think we have to have some incentives, right? So I think...
Incentives to give more?
Yeah, like tax incentives. I think it can help. And I think, you know, we need to be able to do that, and we need to have more visibility and transparency. So if the government can mandate and we know where giving is going, then we're able to enable that. So I think just having more players and strengthening that ecosystem, I think will really help.
Okay, Ashish, I want to come to you now. Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to add a small thing on the giving. I think the incentive that would really help is being able to contribute shares. Because often people take their company public. If you donate shares to a foundation or a charity, it has to be liquidated within a year. So I would advocate that, you know, maybe give 5 years for a longer period of time. That will then enable people to sort of tax-free give their equity, which is the way it happens
Does
globally.
anyone really want to part with equity for foundational purposes or for giving purposes, Ashish?
No, you'd rather, I think it's easier sometimes to give away small amounts of equity than to give away
money?
Cash.
Yeah.
That's easier, notionally. And two is, if you're getting it pre-tax, you know, giving away your equity before it crystallizes into a capital gain, that makes it easier.
Yeah, so that's one idea that you've put on the table to create a more facilitative environment to encourage giving. But since you did pick up the mic, let me continue that conversation with you, Ashish. And I want to talk about one of the big spaces that requires innovative solutions, innovative thinking, and a lot of capital from the private sector as well. A space that you're deeply involved and engaged with, education. What more do you believe needs to be done, not just at the level of primary education, but more so at the level of higher education, creating universities that people have access to, affordable educational facilities that people have access to? How do we create more Ashoka universities for the country?
So Ashoka is a non-profit, and I can talk about that model later. But I think if we really want quality universities to grow, I think first thing is, I would say let's advocate to allow for profit. Right now it's not for profit, and then people find a way to take money out through an infra company, content company, etc. Yeah. Let's make it legit for universities.
So destigmatize the idea of for-profit for education.
Absolutely. And especially for higher education, it's a no-brainer. I mean, you've seen it in the case of Brazil. There are higher education companies that have more than 1 million students. They've scaled up the university system. So that's one. Two is, I think we need a better quality marker. NIRF is not enough. I think universities should be forced to disclose their placement data, the acceptance data, all the data about the students they get in and the graduation, the outcomes, because often that's the basis on which parents will make decisions. We've seen it with engineering colleges. The worst ones had to shut down. So for the market to work well, you can't have information asymmetry. So that's a second one. And I think a third one, for more research universities like Ashoka, we just need more collaborative platforms. I don't think anybody can do it alone. Some people can, like the Ambanis or Shiv Nadar. But I think more collaborative platforms come together. And I'm seeing that happen. We'll have 40, 50 Ashoka-type universities in the next decade.
In the next decade, 40, 50 Ashoka-type universities?
I think so.
Well, that does deserve a round of applause, because it is a huge supply mismatch at this point in time, and we're seeing Indian students actually having to go outside of India to be able to access quality education, higher education. Vineet Rai, you've been doing this for over 2 decades now, the idea of bridging some of these inequities. Assets under management across the Avishkar group of about 8,000 crores plus at this point in time. Where do you believe the problem still lies? What do you believe needs to be done to really unleash entrepreneurship for the development sector?
So let me actually just phrase, 2030 is just a few years away. Sustainable Development Goals came into being 2015, a world without hunger, poverty, inequity. Brilliant thought process. It's never happened since the time Homo sapiens walking straight. So great vision from the countries. Now, to make it happen, you require $2.5 trillion a year investment for the last 15 years. We lost everything during COVID. So India itself requires close to $1 trillion investment. Close to $1 trillion investment in case we have to change. Total impact investing, despite all our struggle, everything impact investing was born in this country. This country remains the model. I think we are talking about few hundred billions. That's where we have reached. Globally, impact investing is close to $1 trillion. I think what we have done very well in impact investing is we have convinced at least the foreigners that there is something called impact investing, and they have started allocating large amounts of capital. We are still struggling to convince Indians to participate in the venture industry. Impact investing is going to be a step from there. The good thing that has happened in India is that venture industry and impact investing has actually come together, partly because some of the largest enterprises are going to happen in agriculture, water, health, education, financial inclusion. And that's exactly where the new ideas and new innovation. I'm coming from Startup Makum, and the amount of people who, the footfall that we saw in agri-tech was seen to be believed, actually, where you have AI, SaaS, and gaming competing against agri-tech for footfall. So.
Well, that certainly is impact. We will have to see how this actually plays itself out. But you're right that we do have startups now focusing on India's specific problems and trying to look for Indian ways of being able to address some of those, including what you've been able to do, Shuchin, with your chain of hospitals. Now, explain to me what you've done differently so that you can make quality private healthcare accessible and affordable, and how do we scale that model?
Thank you, Shireen. As we sit here speaking about billions and trillions of dollars, and we were together at an event recently at Davos where the head of a large multinational bank actually mixed up her billions and trillions and said, no, I don't really meant trillion, I meant billion. Oh, no, it was trillions. So when we sit here speaking of that, a silent majority seems to slip through all safety nets.
Yeah.
In India, we are speaking about more than 500 million people who have no access to emergency, tertiary, quality healthcare. And in healthcare, the issue is that the inequalities are not just because of the financial reasons that we speak of at these panels, right? The inequalities go way beyond that. Geographical reasons are one of the top reasons, right? Metropolitan cities, the 9 metros of India have a population of what, around 12, 13 crores. If we take the state capitals as well, another 20 crores.
Yeah.
So more than 100 crores are staying out of these cities, and they have less than 5% of all super specialty healthcare available. So even if you are a 100 crore net worth individual in a small town like Sitarganj where we work, if you have a heart attack, and we were not there at that moment of time, there's no saving you. Those 100 crores cannot save you. So we understand that the real need is in these small towns, but also poor physical outcomes are just a small part of the outcomes in all. Poor financial outcomes are real, and they are there for everybody to see. More than 40% of all Indians, and it is difficult to understand sitting in this hall, more than 40% of all Indians have to either borrow or sell some asset
just to be able
every
to fund.
hospitalization.
Yeah.
Every time they're hospitalized, they will borrow. And more than 25% of them slip below the poverty line at each hospitalization. That is more than 6 crore people every year.
Yeah.
So providing low-cost, high-quality healthcare is something that we have excelled in. We have now 22 of these hospitals. The setup costs are low. We apply the Pareto principle ruthlessly. We understand that at 20% cost, we can deliver 80% of the infrastructure, 80% of the outcomes, 80% of whatever is needed in that healthcare region. So this is what we've been doing, and I think it is real. I think it's very doable. We've proved it to the world. We've proven the model.
Yes, 22 hospitals up and running across India, across North India at this point in time. Ashish said 40 to 50 Ashoka universities over the next 10 decades. How many hospitals are you going to be setting up over the next decade?
Yeah, we shouldn't be less than Ashish. So 50 is the number we should go with as well.
Okay, but you know, we're talking about safety nets, and Neera, I want to get you to come in on that as well. But just a quick point from you, Suchin, before I get Neera back in. Since we're talking about safety nets and we are talking about what the government can do, Ayushman Bharat, for instance, marquee scheme of the government, it is up for review. Vinod Paul committee has been set up by the government to review the Ayushman Bharat scheme. What do you believe needs to be done to recalibrate it, if at all, today? You know, people question the reimbursement rates, for instance. What do you think can be done to make it more robust?
Shireen, you know, we've been the champions of Ayushman Bharat ever since it was launched. We did the first cardiac procedure in the country under Ayushman. The first angioplasty was done at our hospitals. Out of the first 10 hospitals recognized and rewarded by the government, 4 were ours. Unfortunately, the issue still remains, as in all PPP partnerships. This is a PPP partnership, right? The government is always wary and suspicious of the private healthcare or the private providers. The private providers are always wary that the government does it really mean what it's saying on the big diocese. Payments are delayed due to those suspicions only. There's lots of issues between the rates that the private healthcare expects and the rates that the government wants to give. Even if we are ready to work at these rates, it's a very low margin, high volume business. So, but if you're earning less than 10% margins on those low rates, if the payments come in a year later, then you cannot, you know, hope to earn any money out of it. And that is why hospitals stop these services off and on. So like, for example, in Haryana, all private hospitals stopped Ayushman services for a couple of days because their payments had been due for more than 1.5, 2 years. So if they can, you know, they've announced the green channel, But
and,
if they can
fix some of
implement
these
it on
gaps.
the ground, yeah.
Neera, you know, just on the point of PPP and models that have worked, but as Shuchin was also pointing out, execution gaps remain. And to Ashish's point about collaboration, you know, of the 23,000 in FY23 of CSR money and that available pool of capital, everyone wants to do a little bit of education, everyone wants to do a little bit of healthcare, but how do you get education or healthcare at scale using that capital through the power of collaboration?
So in fact, in our report, we talk quite a lot about we're seeing an increase in collaboration and having more pooled funds alongside with government could accelerate a little bit more innovation. But the challenge, Shireen, is not about is it education or is it health. For example, 12 years we've been running a collaborative for adolescent girls. You can't just chop her into pieces and be like, here's education, here's health. You have to work on sort of outcomes that might be keeping her in school, making sure she's not getting pregnant, not getting married. And, you know, is employability, which brings me to, we can have as many hospitals and education and even businesses, but our biggest challenge is actually smoothing this income for a bulk of the country, right? Income is just so choppy that if there's some way to smooth that with policies, with schemes, with additional support, because then you're going to get really that engine for our economic growth. And the biggest challenge, honestly, that we've seen is for girls and women and the most vulnerable. So they often get invisible. They often don't get reached out to. And that's where philanthropy plays a role. And that's where collaboratives with philanthropy and pooled capital needs to go to the aspirational districts. It needs to go to the most vulnerable because they need products and services to be subsidized ultimately.
Yeah, Ashish, you know, the Niti Aayog and Amitabh Kant set up that 100 aspirational districts with a clear focus of being able to try and address the vulnerable. But outside of that, if I were to ask you to prioritize, and we were just talking about this, prioritizing growth, but more importantly, equitable growth, job-creating growth, what is it that you would like to see now in terms of policy changes, policy interventions?
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, whatever philanthropy does will be very small. The state needs to come up with policies and crowd in private capital to make it happen. And we need to focus on labor-intensive growth. We need to prioritize sectors where lots of jobs get created. So I would say a few things. One is the investment to GDP has already gone up, public investment. It needs to go up further because we need much better infrastructure in order to be competitive from a manufacturing standpoint. Two is we need more industrial incentive. We have PLI, which is a good start. I think we need an ELI, employment-linked incentive, particularly for, and we need to pick sectors like garments, like woodwork, furniture making, toys, all the labor-intensive sectors which create lots of jobs and provide the right set of incentives for people to kickstart companies in those areas and to grow them. Third is we need an exports mission because China captured anywhere from 30 to 50% global market share in all labor-intensive manufacturing from an export standpoint. This is a golden opportunity for India because China is blacklisted now, and this will yield huge results in terms of job creation. So my focus would be more on how does one accelerate growth, but accelerate growth in a manner that's actually creates lots of jobs, because that's ultimately the way out of poverty. It's ultimately the way to reduce the Gini index as well, and so therefore reduce inequity.
So not just PLI, but an ELI as well, and that's of course been on the table. Let's see whether the government moves forward. Yeah, Neera.
I want to make a plug, Shireen, for the care economy. I think it can create jobs and it can really, really help women.
No, you have my vote on that already. We need much more of the care economy, and that will unlock the potential for women to participate in the economy across the formal as well as the informal sector. But Vineet, you know, I want to talk to you about one of the big ideas that you've of course also been involved with, the social stock exchange, and India has seen the first listing on the social stock exchange. You know, take me through what you hope this will do for some of these issues that we've spoken about and for the idea behind impact investors and impact investing.
So I think social stock exchange is more on the philanthropy side. So while I was one of the architects, but it's actually worked more for Neera than for me. Having said that, I think what it does is brings the more important parts of transparency and regulation and allowing people or encouraging people to do more philanthropy. I think for social stock exchange, while CSR and other things are already there, maybe we should actually allow temples to invest. And I know there is actually, the amount of money that is lying in the temples is actually worthy to go through social stock exchange into the projects that's listed. So Neera, for you, please do look at it. I am very sure the current government is actually thinking on that line, so do not forget that.
Thinking of being able to monetize what's lying with temples?
Yeah, and it's actually global. I have actually gone to Vatican and tried to take money out of them. I realize they don't have much money, but so I've tried everything. But Indian temples are very important. So I think we should use the money productively because the amount of hundi that they receive is significant and make a big difference, probably more than what we do on the CSR. But if you have to look on the equalization side, on the commercial side, then like carbon credits, where you are pretty much actually trading the arbitrage for growing trees, I think we need to evolve an impact coin. This is actually to address Suchin's. See, there's no way I will do a startup in Samastipur in Bihar, which I have done, unfortunately. I will generate a 25% IRR and compete with Rajan Anandan of Peak 15. It's not going to happen. Unfortunately, whatever I do, as an impact investor, I'll do all stupid things. But when I go to the LP, they ask the same returns.
Yeah.
Now, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to understand Samastipur will always be far behind an IIT graduate in Delhi. Or gaming, a guy in gaming will actually win against a warehousing company. So an impact coin could actually work for Sachin, work for me, to push capital to generate returns and then get compensated. And that can come from the government. So impact coin is actually the way for the government to think about in creating an equalization for those places where there is going to be a struggle to create value.
Well, we've got three concrete ideas. Ashish, Vineet, and Neera putting three concrete ideas for the next government to consider. Sachin, what are you putting down on that list for the next government to consider?
Yeah, I think I agree that we need to add another P to the PPP. So it's public-private philanthropy partnerships that we need to make instead of just the public-private partnerships. I think for healthcare and education both, I think it's naive for us to think that the government can just step back and allow the private industry to...
No, it cannot, because it continues to do the bulk of this heavy lifting.
Absolutely, and the government needs to play a very active part. We've been hearing promises of increased GDP spend on healthcare. We need to see that in action now. I think for the next 5 years, we need to make very sure. We need to incentivize doctors and providers to go into these aspirational districts, go out of the cosmopolitan cities to set up healthcare facilities. And we need to make sure that we stress on urbanization enough. See, because just having the hospital there does not really cut it. The doctor has reached the super specialist stage. He's a cardiologist because he studied all his life. He did very well in school. So she needs a good school to be there for her children to study.
Yeah.
She needs a level of urbanization to relax after work. So all of that has to be pushed across all of these districts to make sure that healthcare goes there as well.
You know, Ashish, I'm going to start by asking each one of you for your wrap-up comments, and I'll start with you, Ashish. You know, the one thing that gives you the most hope at this point in time in being able to address and bridge some of these inequities over the next 10, 20, 30 years, and the one thing that you individually, through the various things that you're doing, through Central Square, through Ashoka, and so on and so forth, the one thing that excites you the most?
Yeah, I would say what excites me from a country standpoint is that we are on a very solid growth trajectory the next 25 years. I think the real question is, how do we create more jobs? So how do we make sure it's labor-intensive growth? Because that will reduce equity while we accelerate growth. How do we get more investment? How does India's share of export in the world go up dramatically? And how do we move up the value chain? Now, in terms of me personally, my passion really is to build more institutions that really work on these issues alongside government, on policy and policy implementation as well.
But what's been the biggest learning? Institution building is hard work, Ashish. What has been the biggest learning on this journey that you would like to share with us and anyone else who's considering institution building?
I think the biggest learning has been, one is partner with others. Neera was also referring to it. It's much better to do it with others than just doing it alone. And two is, government is the main actor. And so one has to work with government. And three is just be innovative. There are new solutions, there are new ways of working. So being innovative, being outcome-oriented is something that we bring from the private sector.
Vineet, so, you know, what's the thing that you're most excited about? And what's the future as far as the Avishkar group is concerned? What's driving you today?
So we are at around 14,000 crores hopefully to 1 lakh crores by 2030. I actually didn't take into my calculation the COVID. I went from 5,000 rupees to 100 crores in first 10 years, 150 million, so roughly 1,000 crores in the first 10 years, 1,000 to around 9,000 in the second 10 years. And we said, okay, we'll continue on the same growth, so 1 lakh crore. Then COVID came, so we have slowed down quite. But I think I'm very excited about government thinking differently. I'm very excited about they actually talking about fund of funds. That's a good idea for them to have less control, yet have control, and allow 1,000 other people to more efficiently deploy their capital. So I think I would want to see, if the new government comes in, whichever government comes in, to actually announce different kinds of funds of fund, which are 1 lakh crores and not 10,000 crores. I am fairly famous as a beggar both in Europe and US. I do not mind becoming famous here for fundraising. But till 2017, I raised zero in India. In last 5-7 years, I've raised significant amount of capital in India. I think what has been surprising is the global fund of fund capital now is thinking about raising money in India, which is a big surprise. So that means there is a lot of capital here, which is curious and wants to participate. And government, being one of the bigger mobilizer of capital, should actually continue to be working on the fund of fund path.
So fund of funds and a whole host of fund of funds with a significantly higher outlay. Shuchin, what is the future? What makes you the most excited? What gives you hope and confidence?
I truly believe this is India's century, and with the government's focus on healthcare, I think it's organizations like us that are at the really sweet spot, right? The focus on medical colleges, nursing colleges ensures that the supply side of healthcare will be adequately addressed for us. We will have enough doctors coming out to make sure that they don't just stay in the big cities, they come out to the smaller towns. And the focus on insurance, on making sure that out-of-pocket spends reduce, because we have to realize that in India, healthcare is not just under-accessed, it is underserved as well, right? The Lancet Commission for Global Surgery said that an LMIC country like ours should have about 5,000 surgeries per 100,000 population per year. And this number can go as high as 23,000 in countries where out-of-pocket spend is negligible and awareness is very high, like the Scandinavian countries. But if you see in India how many surgeries happened last year, is just about 2.5 crores. So that's just 2,000 per 100,000 population. Where are the rest of the 3,000 people? They're not getting the surgery at all because they don't have enough money or they are not aware. That is why all these Guinness Book of Records come out of India, right? The doctor is standing with the poor girl and they're both very happy. Oh, we removed this 20-kilo tumor. Look at this. This is so nice. But that tumor should have been removed 20 years ago when it was like a 500-gram tumor, right? So this is increasing access and we are getting more patients coming into the hospital. So I think organizations like us are at the real sweet spot and it will be a good time for everyone.
Neera, I promised you the first and the last word, so we're going to end with you. What gives you hope and what keeps you excited today?
Really special by being able to give the last word, because I actually believe, and we'll all agree, that it is our young people that give us hope, right? Their aspirations and how they really want to see a transformed India. I think we have a collective responsibility to have them achieve those dreams and aspirations, and I think we can in our country. I think our biggest challenge, honestly, is patriarchy. If we could actually break this patriarchy.
Yes, that does deserve a round of applause.
But we're also collectively responsible for perpetuating this. But one of our biggest initiatives right now is investing in and really trying to transform women in leadership. And it's women in leadership in business, philanthropy, development, you know, across the board. But we all have to come on in this together.
We all have to come on this together, and each of you have very carefully articulated what the road ahead looks like. It requires all stakeholders to be at the table, and it requires all of us to collectively put our hands together to ensure that we bridge some of these very crucial gaps and inequities. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to this panel talking about creating an equitable future for India. Appreciate your time and appreciate your insights. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists and Shireen for that very insightful discussion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji will be gracing us with his presence today in the evening. That's why we sincerely request you to please cooperate with the security protocol. As we all know, this is a standard drill, keeping in mind Prime Minister Narendra Modi's security protocol. And of course, as we've already seen, the past 2 days have been very eventful because we've had a lineup of sessions which span over various fields, from sports to politics, even entertainment, international affairs also. Do not forget that we also have former NSA of the United States, Mr. Mike Pompeo, also joining us later in the evening. It's been an eventful day today, one that will also culminate with the Honorable Prime Minister's note today. And we do hope that you've been having a good time. There's just one request. Please remain seated, those who are already inside the hall, and do cooperate with the security staff. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is with the quintessential Delhi boy who has made it count in the competitive film world. He began his career as a fashion model, but left it to pursue acting. He took on roles in television before essaying his first lead role in the teen film of 2012, Student of the Year. Over the years, he has showcased his powerful versatility as an actor across genres and roles from romance to comedy to war to thriller, even to drama. He has starred in such commercially successful films, which are also romantic comedies like Hasi to Fasi, the thriller Ek Villain, and the drama Kapoor and Sons, war movie Sher Shah, and the action thriller series Indian Police Force. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Siddharth Malhotra for a session, Masala or Offbeat, scripting a new story in conversation with Kishore Rajmani. The stage is all yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the very handsome, very talented Siddharth Malhotra. Welcome, Siddharth.
Thank you.
आपको जब very handsome बोलते हैं तो अच्छा लगता है या लगता है कि और भी
आपने talented बोल दिया तो फिर अच्छा लगता है.
हाँ.
But I think it's बिल्कुल it's not bad to be easy on the eyes जब आप पर्दे पे होते हैं. हमने भी जब बचपन से सारे actors देखे हैं तो हम उनको एक खूबसूरत अंदाज में, larger than life अंदाज में देखते हैं. तो I think बचपन से ही चीज दिल्ली का हर लड़का पहले तो ये होता है ना कि हमारे यहाँ पे यार ए हीरो इधर आ, ए हीरो उधर आ. तो आई थिंक मेरे केस में वो लकीली सच हो गया कि वो दिल्ली का लड़का या दिल्ली का लौंडा जो कि हम अभी अपने रिसेंट शो में कहते हैं वो हीरो बन गया.
तो आप ये दिल्ली की बात करते हैं, कौन सी वाली दिल्ली? दिल्ली में बहुत सारी दिल्लियाँ हैं, आप कौन सी दिल्ली के हैं?
जी मैं साउथ दिल्ली से हूँ.
अच्छा हाँ, तो वो तो आप तो फिर वो थोड़ी
नहीं ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है. मेरे दादू इंडियन आर्मी में से थे तो हम लोग उस फोर्सेस बैकग्राउंड से ही पले बड़े वहाँ पे.
तभी आजकल आप ये सब कर रहे हैं, गन फाइटिंग वगैरह.
जी आई थिंक यूनिफॉर्म की अगर आप बात करें तो वो मेरे लिए एक पर्सनल अटैचमेंट भी हो, या आई थिंक इन रीसेंट टाइम जैसे शेरशाह पिक्चर आई थी उसमें जो किरदार निभाने का मुझे मौका मिला उससे पर्सनली काफ़ी अटैच था मैं. आई थिंक फॉर श्योर दैट मेरे जो दादू थे उन्होंने इंडियन आर्मी में सर्व किया. मेरे काफ़ी जो रिश्तेदार भी हैं वो हालांकि तो अभी रिटायर्ड हो गए पर वो भी सर्विस में थे. हम नहीं जा पाए तो इट इज़ जो अपनी मन की इच्छा थी, जो घर की इच्छा थी वो हम पूरी कर रहे हैं रियल लाइफ हीरोज़ की कहानियाँ वहाँ दर्शा के. तो आई थिंक ये भी एक छोटा सा योगदान है बिकॉज एज एनी ऑर्डिनरी सिटीज़न शायद हमें रोज़ पता नहीं होता कि यार इस वक्त भी जैसा कि उन्होंने अभी सिक्योरिटी की बात करी, या आप सरहद पे हो या आप देश के बाहर भी हो, 24 घंटे लोग काम कर रहे हैं आपको सुरक्षित रखने के लिए. तो अगर हम उस पर अगर उन पर एक मीडियम बन जाए आपको दिखाने के लिए कि वो कितनी खूबसूरती से या कितनी बहादुरी से वो अपना काम करते हैं, तो आई थिंक वो एक हमारा एक योगदान है. क्योंकि वो भी बताना बहुत ज़रूरी है. एक किस्म की लोग उसको अप्रिशिएट तभी करेंगे जब लोगों को जानकारी होगी कि यार एक ऐसा मिशन हुआ था, यार एक कैप्टन विक्रम बत्रा जैसा एक फ़ौजी था, या मिशन मजनू में हमने एक जो इंडिया का फर्स्ट कोवर्ट ऑपरेशन किया था अबाउट द न्यूक्लियर पावर दैट आवर नेबरिंग कंट्री वाज डूइंग.
सो आई थिंक ये चीज़ें अगर आप कभी दर्शाओगे नहीं पर्दे पे तो दिखता नहीं, और आई एम मोस्ट एक्साइटेड व्हेन आई रीड सच थिंग्स ऑन द स्क्रिप्ट कि यार ये सच भी है और इतना हीरोइक भी है और उसको बनाते हैं करते हैं।
तो ये तो इट्स बीन 12 years सिंस स्टूडेंट ऑफ द ईयर।
जी।
तो ये 12 साल बाद आप ये सब चूज कर सकते हैं
जी।
लेकिन उस 12 साल पहले भी तो कुछ स्ट्रगल रहा हुआ तो होगा ना। ये बार बार जो लोग कहते हैं कि आप आउटसाइडर हैं और आप फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में चले गए, बहुत सारे लोगों के ऐसे सपने होते हैं लेकिन सपने पूरे सिर्फ 2-3 लोगों के होते हैं। एक अमिताभ बच्चन के हुए, एक शाहरुख खान के हुए, एक आपके हुए, जो आउटसाइडर होकर बाहर पहुंच गए वहाँ पे।
जी बिल्कुल, वो सफ़र बहुत ही, उस सफ़र में काफ़ी सफरिंग थी, इतना भी आसान नहीं था। मैं तकरीबन 20-21 साल का था जब मैंने दिल्ली में एक एजेंसी के कहने पे ऑडिशन दिया।
एजेंसी
मतलब हाँ, एक मॉडलिंग एजेंसी कह लो आप, जो एजेंसीज एक्टर्स को भी ऑडिशन देकर आगे फॉरवर्ड करती है।
उन्होंने आपको कहाँ देखा?
उन्होंने एक्चुअली मेरी एक तस्वीर देखी थी, उन्होंने पेपर में, जब
पेपर
हम
में?
फैशन मॉडलिंग के वॉक्स करते थे।
अच्छा।
तो वो फोटोज आती थी डिज़ाइनर कपड़ों में, चेहरा आता था। फिर पहला मैंने ऐड किया था एक मोबाइल फ़ोन के लिए।
कौन सा मोबाइल फ़ोन था?
वो एक्चुअली सैमसंग के एक कैंपेन चल रहा था उस टाइम पे।
अच्छा।
और उनको एक लड़का और एक लड़की चाहिए थे एक्सप्रेशन के लिए। वो मेरा पहला पे चेक था, सम आई थिंक 2,500-3,000 रुपीज़।
उसमें तो वो मोबाइल फ़ोन भी नहीं आता होगा।
हाँ, उसमें वो भी नहीं आता था, करेक्ट। हमारा उस वक्त हमारा वक्त सिर्फ इतना ही उसकी कीमत थी। तो उस सफ़र से लेके आज, अब तो काफ़ी साल हो गए हैं, वो तब मैं 18-19
एजेंसी ने फोटो देखी
जी,
एंड देन द एजेंसी कॉन्टैक्टेड यू।
जी। तो वहाँ से एजेंसी के बाद जब एक प्रोड्यूसर साहब थे, एक डायरेक्टर साहब थे जिनको पसंद आई वहाँ पे, अनुभव सिन्हा जी, जिन्होंने काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग काम भी किया है और पिक्चरें बना चुके हैं। उस वक्त एड लैब्स के साथ कोशिश कर रहे थे कि वो नए लड़कों को लॉन्च करें। अब इत्तेफाकन है कि वहाँ पे आप ऑडिशन देते हो, या हर किसी फील्ड में भी आप जब प्रेप करते हो किसी चीज़ के लिए, हमने 1 साल लगाया वहाँ पे। मैं मुंबई गया।
1 साल?
जी जी।
आप अनुभव सिन्हा के कहने पर बॉम्बे गए? आप
जी बिल्कुल
के कहने पे नहीं गए थे?
नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं। वो तो बहुत देर आया मेरी ज़िंदगी में। वहाँ पे मैं उनकी तरफ वहाँ पे गया एज एन असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर।
तो अनुभव सिन्हा ने आपको बुलाया और 1 साल आपसे
1 साल हमने ट्रेनिंग करी एक पिक्चर के लिए कि यार एक्शन ट्रेनिंग हो जाए, या आप अपनी लाइंस करते हैं, या कैरेक्टर के बारे में बात करते हैं, स्क्रिप्ट के बारे में बातें करते हैं, आप प्रेप करते हैं उसके लिए कि शूटिंग शुरू होने वाली। और अचानक से हमें पता चलता है कि उनके पास एक चीज़ कमिटमेंट है, एक बेहतरीन कमिटमेंट है, जो कि पिक्चर डिले हो गई है या शायद ना हो, या कोई और डायरेक्ट करे उसको।
मतलब शूटिंग शुरू होने वाली हो ही नहीं?
जी, हुई नहीं। तो ऐसी बहुत पिक्चरें होती हैं, तो मैं भी उनमें से था। मैं 21 तब कम से कम मैं 22 साल का हो गया था और बम्बई में था तब। और तब जब आप बॉम्बे में होते हो और आप दिल्ली में बोल के आते हो कि मैं तो हीरो बन गया हूँ और जा रहा हूँ हीरो बनने,
तो फिर यहाँ क्या बताया आपने कि शूटिंग?
यहाँ पे बस यही बोला कि शूटिंग शुरू हो रही है। घर में एक्चुअली मैं घर वालों को तब कुछ बताता ही नहीं था इतना, कि बस बोल रहा था हाँ बस 6 महीना और उस 6 महीने में जो आई थिंक मेरी बेस्ट ट्रेनिंग रही है पर्सनैलिटी की, क्योंकि जब आप कम्प्लीटली लॉस्ट होते हो, व्हेन यू हैव जेन्युइनली नो प्रैक्टिकल वे ऑफ मूविंग फॉरवर्ड, आप उस डेस्परेशन में कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग करते हो। जैसे मुझे याद है एक रिक्शा राइड थी उस टाइम पे, जब मैं अपने दोस्त के साथ रिक्शा में जा रहा था कि मैंने कहा यार ट्रेनिंग तो कर ली, ये कर ली, अभी काम कहाँ से ढूंढे, कहाँ से ऑडिशन दे। तो उसने कहा यार तेरी तो भाषा भी सही है, बाकी लोगों की भाषा हिंदी में, दिल्ली में हम हिंदी साफ बोलते हैं। तो वो कोई फलाने एक्टर की बात कर रहा था, तो मैंने कहा तुझे कैसे पता? कहता नहीं यार जब मैं एडी था तो तब मैंने नोटिस किया कि ये एक्टर असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर। तो तब मैंने भी ऐसे रिएक्ट किया, मैंने कहा एडी माने? तो इसने कहा असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर। तो मैंने कहा वो क्या होता है? इसने नहीं, हम डायरेक्टर को असिस्ट करते हैं एक बड़ी पिक्चर बनाने में, उसमें पता चलता है कि एक्टर का प्रोसेस क्या है, या एक्टर काम कैसे करता है। तो मेरे को वो रिक्शा राइड इतनी स्पेसिफिकली याद है, अंधेरी से हम जूस सर्कल में जा रहे थे, और कि तब मेरे जहन में कुछ आया कि यार अगर ऐसा मौका मुझे मिले एक फिल्म सेट पे होने का, जहाँ पे मैं चीज़ें देख पाऊँ, ऑब्जर्व कर पाऊँ, तो आई थिंक शायद मैं ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंटली समझ पाऊँ कि मूवी बिजनेस चलता कैसे। तो उस महीने से, उसी हफ्ते से मैं स्ट्रेट गया सेम प्रोडक्शन हाउसेस, एजेंसी सबके पास, ना कि बतौर एज एन एक्टर बट बतौर एज एन असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर, ट्राइंग टू बी एन इंटर्न।
आपने एक्टर वाली ऑडिशंस नहीं दी?
नहीं, फिर उस वक्त से मैंने शिफ्ट कर दिया। वो जो मैंने 3 महीना बिताए, आई थिंक दैट वाज डेस्टिन्ड फॉर मी टू टेक दिस पाथ, बिकॉज उस वक्त मैं मिला ऐसे असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर्स की टीम से जो कि बड़ी बड़ी पिक्चरें कर रहे हैं, और वहाँ पे भी ऐसे लोग थे कि अगर 5 एडीज होते हैं तो एक 5वां जो होता है वो इंटर्न होता है, मीनिंग कि डजंट पे वेल, डजंट पे एट ऑल एक्चुअली। सो मैं उसके लिए जॉब के लिए वाउच कर रहा था।
मतलब एडीज के भी आप इंटर्न हो गए?
जी बिल्कुल, मतलब
और
एडीज होते हैं,
पैसा कुछ नहीं?
पैसा कुछ नहीं होता, पहली पिक्चर में नहीं होता है। तो
कौन सी पिक्चर थी ये?
फिर हमें एक मैंने गाना किया था एक पिक्चर का, फिर जो पूरी फुल फ्लेजेड पिक्चर हमने करी वो मुझे तब एंट्री मिली धर्मा प्रोडक्शंस के ऑफिस में, माय नेम इज खान करके।
माय नेम इज खान में आप असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर थे?
जी बिल्कुल।
मतलब वो बहुत सारी भीड़ जो होती है उसमें से एक थे?
जी हम लोग नहीं, बहुत बड़ी पिक्चर थी, हम 8 असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर्स थे और 8 में से मैं था, तब मेरी गिनती बीच में आ रही थी 5 या 6।
उसमें तो वरुण धवन भी असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर?
उसमें वरुण धवन भी आया।
तो आप दोनों जो असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर थे वो स्टूडेंट ऑफ द ईयर में ले लिए?
वो इत्तेफाकन है, तब नहीं पता था, तब नहीं पता था मेरे को। कम से कम उस पिक्चर को मैं प्री प्रोडक्शन में भी था, जो कि पिक्चर से पहले प्रेप होती है। वरुण आए, वरुण शूटिंग में भी आए, और वरुण पोस्ट प्रोडक्शन में नहीं था, तो मैं वहाँ तब भी रुका, बिकॉज मेरे लिए वो सबसे कीमती एक्सपीरियंस था कि मुझे यार इट फेल्ट लाइक द बेस्ट फिल्म स्कूल। एक दिल्ली बॉय को जिसको एक्टर बनना है, इतने बड़े सेट पे शाहरुख और काजोल डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हैं यार, आपको उनके डायलॉग्स पढ़ने का मौका मिल रहा है, पहले उनका प्रोसेस देखने का मौका मिल रहा है। तो वहाँ से वो जर्नी इत्तेफाकन ऐसा हुआ कि यार जब हम एज एन एडीज कैमरा फेस करते थे कभी कभी मार्क के लिए, जैसे ये लाइटिंग यहाँ पे हो रखी है, तो ये लाइटिंग सही है कि नहीं, आजा चल खड़े हो जल्दी, हाँ ओके सर, तो स्टैंडिंग देयर। और उस स्टैंडिंग देयर में
लाइट उस फेस पे कैसे आ रही है
जी, तो वो मॉनिटर देखते थे तब हमारे कैमरामैन, तो वहाँ देख देख कर कैमरामैन जी ने कोई कमेंट किया कि इसका ये टेक्सचर ठीक है लड़का। वहाँ पे करण जौहर जी ने देखा कि अच्छा इस पे कैमरा ऐसा लगता है, फिर कोई राइटर देखता है, तो ऐसे ऐसे उन लोगों के जहन में एक इम्प्रेशन बैठता है कि ये ठीक ठाक पर्सनैलिटी है।
एक तरह से आपका जो आप लाइट टेस्टिंग करा रहे थे या कैमरा पोजीशन टेस्ट करा रहे थे, आपका स्क्रीन टेस्ट हो रहा
मेरा स्क्रीन, मैं 2 साल इतना घसीटा वहाँ पे स्क्रीन टेस्ट कर, जहाँ मौका मिलता था हम लोग, चाहे काजोल मैम की लाइटिंग हो या शाहरुख सर की लाइटिंग हो, हम करते थे वहाँ पे। और उसी दौरान आई थिंक तभी आपको पता चलता है कि कैसे चीज़ें जुड़ती हैं आगे, क्योंकि अगर मैंने वो असिस्टेंट डायरेक्शन के जॉब के लिए चेस नहीं किया होता, मुझे स्टूडेंट ऑफ द ईयर शायद नहीं मिलती, क्योंकि उसके प्रोसेस के बाद ही जब करण सर ने हमें, मेरे को और वरुण को कैमरा के पीछे पर्दे में 1-1.5 साल देखा हरकतें करते हुए कि भाई इनमें भी जज्बा है, इनको एक्टर बनना है, और तब तो फुल जज्बाती ऑडिशन देने में हम तैयार। वहाँ से उन्होंने फिर हमें 3 महीना ऑडिशन लिए बिना बताए कि यार उनकी पिक्चर की है नहीं।
वो तो लेकिन डेविड धवन के बेटे थे ना, आप तो बाहर से आए हुए थे
जी,
तो उनके चांसेस ज़्यादा थे?
जी आई थिंक अवेयरनेस ज़्यादा थी, चांसेस के पता नहीं, बिल्कुल कि कोई जब उस माहौल में पड़ा बड़ा होता है तो एक अवेयरनेस होती है कि यार, जैसे तभी शायद जैसे उनको वरुण वाज मोर अवेयर कि यार पोस्ट प्रोडक्शन एडिटिंग क्या होता है, यू नो मे बी क्योंकि डेविड सर एक एडिटर थे अपने यंगर डेज से, तो वो नॉलेज है, और मुझे वो नॉलेज उसी फिल्म के थ्रू मिली। मैं फर्स्ट टाइम देख रहा हूँ एडिट पे कि अच्छा यार, अच्छा ऐसा एक एक कट काट करके आप पूरी पिक्चर बनाते हो, तो मेरे लिए तो वो एकदम डिज्नी लैंड था उस टाइम पे कि मुझे इतनी बड़ी पिक्चर में मौका मिल रहा है।
घर में क्या बता रहे थे, पैसे नहीं मिल रहे थे कुछ भी?
तब थोड़ी बहुत शुरू हुई, तब मैं उनसे एक्चुअली झूठ बोलकर बीच में शूटिंग के दौरान नहीं, बट जब हम प्रेप करते हैं, मैं जाता था अपने अलग अलग शूट करने के लिए, जैसे काफ़ी ऐसे कपड़ों के ब्रांड्स थे उस ज़माने में जो कि 1 डे के लिए, यू नो, मॉडलिंग के लिए फेसेस ढूंढते थे।
आप एडी थे और बीच में
मैं एक दिन जो कमाता था वो मेरे पूरे महीने का रेंट निकलता था उसमें, तो मैं बीच में जाके शूटिंग करता था।
रहते हुए दूसरे का भी काम कर रहे थे?
जी
उनको बताया नहीं था?
उनको बताया मैंने, उनको तब उनको मैं सुबह मेरे को अपनी रियल लाइफ एक्टिंग एबिलिटीज करनी पड़ती थी कि यू नो आई एम जस्ट अंडर द वेदर, आई एम नॉट रियली फीलिंग वेल एंड यू नो सो आई कांट कम टुडे, तो ऐसा लो। वहाँ के बीमारी के बहाने बना के मैंने अपना रेंट दिया है दोस्तों के साथ, और
कितना मिलता था मॉडलिंग का, कितना पैसा मिलता था?
आई थिंक एट दैट टाइम फॉर एनी फेस, मतलब देयर वाज सम, एक दिन में आप कुछ 35-40,000 रुपीज़ कमा सकते थे।
अच्छा, 35-40,000 पूरा महीना निकल जाता?
जी, तो करेक्ट, उसमें रेंट मेरा 11,000 रुपये का रेंट था उस टाइम पे वहाँ पे। हम जुहू में 3 लड़के साथ में रहते थे।
वो 2 क्या कर रहे हैं आप?
जी, वो उनमें से एक MBA में, आई थिंक एक अभी बिजनेस कर रहा है। अच्छा। तो सबके थोड़े अलग अलग चीज़, उनमें से एक को एक्टर नहीं बनना था लकली, तो वो सक्सेसफुल आगे निकल गया। जिनको एक्टर्स बनना था वो हम ही लगे रहते थे जिम और फिटनेस में, और उसमें अपना रेंट कर रहे हैं साथ में जोड़ के। बट आई थिंक आई हैड द बेस्ट टाइम, बिकॉज वो स्ट्रगल के डेज की जो मस्तियाँ होती है वो अलग होती है। हमारे पास मुझे याद है जैसे 1.5 बेडरूम था, तो मैं हाफ बेडरूम में रहता था और इस तरफ पूरी खिड़कियाँ थी, एक हाफ बेड था और कबर्ड से। तो जब हम शिफ्ट कर रहे थे हमने कहा चला है पर्दे लगाएंगे देखते हैं जब अंदर घुसते हैं। तो हम 2 साल वहाँ पर रहे, वो कभी हमने उतने पैसे खर्चे ही नहीं कि हमने पर्दे लगाए उसमें। तो वहाँ रात को वो जुहू बिल्डिंग इन 3 लड़कों को देख चुकी होगी आई थिंक उस 2 साल में, कि वो किसी भी हालत में वो नहा के बाहर निकल रहे हैं, वो तैयार होके बाहर जा रहे हैं। हमने ना बिना बेपर्दे के उसको उस घर को रखा था और इतनी मस्ती करी थी वहाँ।
और अब तो आप बिना पर्दों के रह नहीं सकते।
जी बिल्कुल, अब तो पर्दे वो अब उल्टा हो जाता है।
तो वो 35-40 हज़ार उस टाइम मिलते थे, अभी कितने मिलते हैं एक फिल्म के?
देखिए अभी बिजनेस एक्यूमेन, ये इन्वेस्टमेंट हमने करके अब मेरी टाइम की कीमत बढ़ गई है देखो। तो वो उसकी मेहनत करनी पड़ी। वो जो 10 साल मेहनत करें तब जाके हमें एक कीमत मिलती है।
ये एक्शन वगैरह जो आप करते हैं, ये पहले तो वो स्टंटमैन होते थे, आजकल ग्राफिक्स होती हैं, आप एक्चुअल करते हैं, कुछ ट्रेनिंग होती है?
अरे नहीं बिल्कुल, आई थिंक आज के दौर में एवरीबडी वांट्स समथिंग विच इज़ ऑथेंटिक, विच इज़ रियल, उसके लिए बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ती है। हम लोग बाकायदा रियल लाइफ एथलीट्स की तरह ट्रेन करते हैं। जैसे मैंने एक फिल्म करी थी ब्रदर्स अक्षय कुमार जी के साथ, या तो मैंने हाल ही में जो योद्धा करी है, इन दोनों पिक्चरों में हमारे पास इंटरनेशनल ट्रेनर्स आए हैं फ्रॉम द यूएस, साउथ अफ्रीका से।
उन्होंने आपको ट्रेन किया?
उन्होंने बाकायदा हमें ट्रेन किया है एकदम एथलीट्स की तरह। वो हमें इतनी इंटरेस्टिंग ड्रिल्स कराते थे कि रियल लाइफ जैसे एक बॉक्सर कैसे ट्रेन करता है या एक रियल लाइफ कमांडो कैसे ट्रेन करता है।
कैसे करता है?
बहुत चीज़ें आपको दिखा सकते हैं हम, ड्रिल्स भी हैं हमारे पास।
आप खुद ट्रेन कर सकते हैं?
हम ड्रिल्स दिखा सकते हैं जो हमने
यहाँ से ऑडियंस से किसी को बुलाते हैं, ये ट्रेन करेंगे। सोनल
अरे वाह, कौन है हमारे फिटनेस
सोनल आएंगी?
सोनल, अरे वाह,
आइए, ये ट्रेन करेंगे आपको बॉक्सिंग में।
Sonal, heels can be a weapon.
हाँ.
A very good weapon. Nobody's going to mess with you. You can remove your heels then. Come. We'll try. Acha, okay, already. We're trying to give you a drill in action. How are you? Good to see you. I'm a little scared now. Why? I'm not going to do any action. I'm just going to give you a drill that they taught me. You have to shut your eyes. आंखें बंद करके आप पहले एक पॉइंट पे यहाँ देखो, एंड आपको ऐसा 10 बार घूमना है, और फिर जब आप खड़े होकर आंखें खोलती हैं, मैं आपको स्पॉट्स दूंगा जहां आपको पंच करना है, बस टच करना है। तो आपको वो टारगेट बनाना है। दिस इज व्हाट अ बॉक्सर गोज थ्रू इन 1 राउंड ऑफ प्लेइंग दैट स्पोर्ट, एंड आई बी लर्नड इट इन अ फिल्म कॉल्ड ब्रदर्स, एंड वी हैव एक्चुअली डन ड्रिल्स ओवर दिस। एक टाइमर होता है, एक प्रैक्टिस होती है, तो आप आंखें बंद करिए, अपनी उंगलियां टच करिए जमीन पर, एंड आपको 10 चक्कर लगाने पड़े। Sounding like black magic? This will come in handy. I want to see your fitness thing. Now you put your fingers there. Now you turn around 10 times. Shut your eyes. तो आपको 10 चक्कर लेने हैं fast. But fast. Bend down a little bit. Squat. Squat down. Okay. अच्छा, go one more. One more time. 10 times. 1, 2, 3. Faster. Keep going. Oh. Right. Shut your eyes. Okay. And now 2 more.
Okay, if I fall, this is...
Okay, now you have to punch here. Come on, quickly. Oh, punch the... Now you have to make the target sound and you have to keep moving forward.
Okay.
But you're not dizzy at all. You're not done it properly.
I am. I'm just good at it.
You're too good at it. Now she's the actual yodha here, and she's fit, guys. These are drills that हम लोग नहीं कर पाए थे first time पे, जब हमें उन्होंने घुमा के खड़ा किया था. And you have to punch. Okay, now you're a bit dizzy. Okay, so then this is the trick. But you performed really well. मेरा हाथ अभी भी दुख रहा है.
चलिए, थैंक यू सोनल। तो मतलब ये एक्चुअल जो आपको ट्रेनिंग करनी पड़ती है
जी,
ये आप यूनिफॉर्म की आपने बात की, आपको इस तरह की इमेज बना रहे हैं जैसे 60s 70s में मनोज कुमार ने भारत कुमार की बनाई थी।
अरे वाह।
अब आप यहाँ राइजिंग भारत में बता दीजिए कि आपकी 21st सेंचुरी भारत कुमार आप बन रहे हैं।
नहीं, मैं नया भारत की इमेज बना रहा हूँ, विच इज़ जो फुर्तीला है, फास्ट है। आई थिंक दिस इज ऑल्सो भारत जो मैंने 10 सालों में चेंज देखा है।
अच्छा।
जेन्युइनली कि जब हम लोग बचपन में जब बाहर किसी देश में जाते थे, तो हमेशा लगता था कि वाह यार क्या ज़िंदगी है, क्या सोसाइटी है, क्या चीज़ें हैं, क्या सड़कें हैं, क्या बिल्डिंग्स हैं। और अब जब मैं देखता हूँ तो आई थिंक वी हैव गॉन फार मोर इनवर्ड्स एंड वी हैव सो मच टू बी प्राउड ऑफ, एंड वी हैव एवरी टेक्नोलॉजी, एवरी फैसिलिटी जो बाहर है। तो तभी हम एक अपनी पिक्चरों में भी जब भी दिखाते हैं अपने फौजी या जैसे मैंने हाल ही में पिक्चर करी योद्धा, जब उसके हम कमांडोज भी दिखाते हैं, उसकी ट्रेनिंग भी दिखाते हैं या उसकी काबिलियत भी दिखाते हैं, आई थिंक इट्स एट पार विद एनी अदर मिलिट्री एजेंसी और मिलिट्री फोर्स ऑफ एनी अदर कंट्री। आई थिंक हमारे जो जितना मैंने भी देखा है शेरशाह मूवी के दौरान जो ट्रेनिंग होती है, जो उनकी वेपनरी है, वो पिछले 10 सालों में जो बढ़ोतरी हुई है, वो खुद फौजी बोलते हैं यार कि सर आज we're at par with anybody else in the country, anywhere else in the world. And I think वो चीज़ हमारी कोशिश रहती है कि नया भारत, एक यंगर भारत, एक फुर्तीला भारत, एक थोड़ा शार्प और खूबसूरत भारत दिखाने की कोशिश रहती है।
ये आप अपने आप को डिस्क्राइब कर रहे थे या भारत को डिस्क्राइब कर रहे थे?
भारत को भी। मैं और भारत साथ में चल रहे हैं।
सिद्धार्थ, फाइनली ये बताइए कि अब ये OTT की लोग बातें करते हैं कि अब ये OTT स्टार हैं, ये सुपरस्टार हैं। आपके ज़माने में भी आपने भी जब फिल्में देखी होंगी तो शाहरुख खान के नाम पे लोग आते थे जी, उससे पहले अमिताभ बच्चन के नाम पे लोग आते थे। ऐसी इच्छा होती है कि आपका पोस्टर लगे और बस भीड़ लग जाए?
अरे वाह, आई थिंक आज का दौर बदल गया है। हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी के हिसाब से इतनी सारी ऑप्शंस हैं एंटरटेन होने के लिए। आज लोग हमें भी इधर इस स्टेज पे नहीं, कोई कहीं और अपने मोबाइल फ़ोन पे देख रहा है, कोई अपने टीवी पे देख रहा है, कोई अपने दूसरे ऐप से देख रहा है।
अंडरस्टैंडिंग बढ़ी है पूरे मीडियम की इन?
एब्सोल्युटली, आई थिंक हमने जब हम लोग आए थे अपनी पहली पिक्चर पे तब सोशल मीडिया नहीं था ऐसा जो कि आज है। पिछले 6-7 सालों में लोगों के पास बहुत ऑप्शन हैं एंटरटेन होने के लिए। मूवी तभी हम, जैसे इंडियन पुलिस फोर्स जो हमने शो किया था अमेजोन के साथ, मैंने और मिस्टर रोहित शेट्टी जी ने, उसका इंटेंट वही था कि हम वो ऑडियंस को भी लेकर आए जो कि आजकल OTT पे है, घर बैठ के शो देखना चाहता है। हम थिएटर में भी आ रहे हैं कि वो ऑडियंस को भी एंटरटेन करें। कल अगर कोई और नया मीडियम शुरू होगा तो हम एक्टर्स वहाँ भी पहुँच जाएंगे। आई थिंक एक्टर को सिर्फ एक्टर से मतलब है, एक्टिंग से मतलब है कि हम हर मीडियम में ऑडियंस से कनेक्ट करें, अलग अलग कहानियाँ दर्शाएँ। मुझे पर्सनली रियल लाइफ स्टोरीज बहुत पसंद आती है, इसीलिए मैं भारत की कहानियाँ चुनता हूँ जहाँ पर यार मुझे पता है कि असली में हुआ है और इससे हम रियल लाइफ हीरोज़ को इंस्पिरेशन तरीके से दर्शा सकते हैं। चाहे वो OTT मीडियम हो, चाहे वो थिएट्रिकल हो, या चाहे कोई नया मीडियम कल आ जाए, पता नहीं। But the attempt is to keep entertaining and showcasing India's brave stories, and hopefully apart from this also be a part of some interesting campaigns that we are planning very soon. Personally also as a citizen would want to contribute to many causes, but बहुत जल्द उसका कुछ announcement करेंगे और plan करेंगे।
तो फाइनली आप अपने जैसे और जो सिद्धार्थ मल्होत्रा बनना चाह रहे हों जी, उनको कैसे इंस्पायर करेंगे? क्या एक लाइन बोलेंगे कि ये ज़रूर ध्यान रखना?
आई थिंक उसके लिए एक योद्धा एटीट्यूड जो कि मैं अपनी पिक्चर में बात कर रहा था होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। हमें कभी भी सफलता या सक्सेस आपको पहले वर्ड गो से नहीं मिलती, और अगर आप मिल जाती है शायद आप उसकी कदर नहीं करेंगे, स्पेशली भी किसी क्रिएटिव फील्ड में। तो एक योद्धा एटीट्यूड होना बहुत ज़रूरी है जहाँ पे आप रिजिलियंट रहे, अपने सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस को ना खोएं। दुनिया चाहे आपको जो भी उस बोले, पर दुनिया चाहे उस वक्त आपके टैलेंट को ना देखें, पर वक्त जरूर आएगा और उस कॉन्फिडेंस से डटे रहें। कीप द योद्धा एटीट्यूड ऑन।
और वक्त आता है जैसा सिद्धार्थ मल्होत्रा का आ चुका। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सिद्धार्थ हमारे साथ यहाँ जुड़ने के लिए राइजिंग भारत में। थैंक यू सिद्धार्थ मल्होत्रा।
Thank you, Siddharth and Kishore, for a very entertaining discussion. Thank you to Sonal also for being a true sport over there. That was also very entertaining to see you give it a shot. All right, so as we've been talking about how diverse our panel discussions have been, it's not just entertainment, sports, or even politics. As we all know, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji will also be gracing the event in the evening, which will be the grand culmination of a 2-day Rising Bharat Summit. But having said that, let's now shift focus also over to international affairs, because we told you we have a very special guest all the way from United States. What is common between the United States and India this year? Well, we are both headed into general election. While there's talk about who will be India's next Prime Minister, there's talk about who will be the United States' next president. Will it be Joe Biden or will it be Donald Trump? On that note, our next speaker is a person who has spearheaded some of the US government's most significant foreign policy breakthroughs. As the only 4-year national security member of President Donald Trump's cabinet, he worked to impose crushing pressure on the Islamic Republic of Iran, avert a nuclear crisis with North Korea, even deliver unmatched support for Israel and bring peace to the Middle East. His efforts to promote religious freedom around the world were unequaled in American diplomatic history. He even helped the Trump administration craft the America First approach that appended Washington's wisdom and made him America's enemy's worst nightmare. Please welcome Mr. Mike Pompeo, former United States Secretary of State, for a session Never Give an Inch in conversation with Bodhisattva Ganguly and Zaka Jacob. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for these gentlemen.
Secretary Pompeo, thank you very much for joining us here at Rising Bharat. I just want to tell our audiences he's flown in all the way from San Francisco. He's here just for our session here, and then he flies right back. So first of all, how does that feel?
I'm hanging in so far. If I drop off, someone will come save me, I'm sure. I'm fine.
So let me start off by asking you, our session today is titled Never Give an Inch. It's the title of your book. And the thing that's of most interest to our viewers here, and you'd imagine that, is what you said about what happened in February of 2019 when you were in office, when you were Secretary of State, and you describe in your book why you felt that India and Pakistan were on the verge of a nuclear conflagration. Can you tell our audiences here and people watching home why you felt the way you did and what really pulled it back from the brink?
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's lovely to be at this gathering. I know this place well. I ran a business here in India for half a dozen years in the early 2000s. So I have a special affinity for the people of India and the amazing economy that has been built here in the intervening 20 years as well. I've watched that develop. You know, you all know the facts of that night in the same way that I do, that frankly, a couple of days conflict between India and Pakistan is always risky. You top that with and connect that to any time you have two nuclear-powered nations, nuclear-capable nations, and the risk of misunderstanding is very real, and bad things can happen very, very quickly. And so Ambassador Bolton and I came to learn there was an aircraft that had crossed. I won't go into the history, but we came to learn that the national security apparatus in each country was very concerned about the other nation beginning to take actions that would be consistent with use of a nuclear weapon system. Our task, the American task, was to try and determine, A, what was real, what was just someone fearing what might happen. And so we began to deploy all the capabilities that we had, all the capabilities that our partners had, to learn what India believed they knew, what Pakistan believed that it knew, and then bring that data set all together. And that was really, in the end, you ask, well, how do you put it back in the box? That was the answer. We were able to, in relatively short order, make pretty clear that neither nation was actually moving towards that there was lots of risk, that there were, neither nation had a great deal of trust with each other. We had a pilot that had been captured. And so there was lots of anxiety and risk along the conflict zone. But it became pretty clear, and we were able to effectively demonstrate that the risk that the other side was moving towards using a nuclear weapon was very, very low, and we were able to take that tension down over the course of just a handful of hours. But nonetheless, you know, there's no issue when you're the Secretary of State for the United States of America. There is no issue that you worry about more than the proliferation of nuclear weapons and their potential use. And one of the things you worry about most is not that they will be used by someone who's doing so in a rational, intentional way, define rational however one might like, but rather based on a set of facts that isn't real, that there's a mistake, a false release, some kind of storyline, some propaganda, some deep fake. You can imagine lots of things that would create a situation where it would get to a place you can't get it back. And we wanted to do everything we could that day and night to make sure that that moment didn't arise, and in this case, it did not.
I just want to talk a little bit.
By the way, last thing I'll say is really good professional leadership on all sides. The team that worked for me, the teams that were both in India and Pakistan did a very nice job that evening of managing a very heated moment.
you know what, when you were Secretary of State and in the Trump administration, the Pakistan policy was much more hardline than what we've seen in the last 4 years under the Biden administration. If you were, and now we all have the benefit of hindsight, if you were to assess the changes that's been made in the Biden policy towards Pakistan, how would you assess it? Because there's been significant changes. The military deals have come back, some of the aid has come back, maybe not so much the importance, but it seems like Pakistan's not in the doghouse anymore.
Without adopting that analogy, we came to believe that the policy that had been before us under President Obama, and frankly under Republicans before that as well, that engagement policy had not successfully delivered an outcome that was good for the United States. So we did. It took us a little bit, took us 6 or 8 months, but we reversed course with respect to Pakistan in material ways, providing lots of things that Pakistan wanted. Not in an effort to punish, but rather in an effort to convince the Pakistanis that they needed to be part of a model that looked more like ours than the Chinese Communist Party's model. And I think, unfortunately, and I don't mean this politically, I don't do politics on national security. I think, unfortunately, the last few years have demonstrated that we were right, that the policies that we had were more likely to reduce Chinese Communist Party influence in Pakistan and the risk of extremism in Pakistan more than the policies that have been adopted these last couple of years. I think we largely had it right. I wouldn't say that about every element of our policy there, but we largely had it right. You compound that with the failure of America in Afghanistan, and I think American trust and leadership in this region has been diminished in these last 3.5 years.
Just to ask you a variant on that question, one of India's strategic goals of this administration, even the administrations before that, is to what we call the de-hyphening the India-Pakistan relationship. That India is a rising power, it's now the world's 5th largest economy. In 5 or 6 years, it'll be the 3rd largest. And therefore, India and Pakistan should not be clubbed together, which it may have been if you go back 15 or 20 years. From your vantage point, you've held the Secretary of State position for 4 years and 3 years that has followed. Do you think India has succeeded in doing that?
Yes.
So, it has.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's succeeded. More needs to be done. But there's no doubt these two countries have taken fundamentally different directions, and I think you have economies to prove it. I think you can fundamentally see the difference in the growth trajectory of the two economies and, frankly, their place of leadership in the world. I think it is unambiguous that now you describe it, declubbing the separation. I think it is unambiguous and clear. I always root, just so you know, I root for every nation to be free and have opportunity for their people. I wish no one ill will. That includes the Chinese people of China. That's why I talk about the Chinese Communist Party, not about China. I'm rooting for their good luck and success as well. But it takes government leadership models that aren't desirous of doing that on the backs of others. India has done this by building out its own nation in a fundamentally creative, innovative way, and I think has benefited, and the world can see that as differentiated from Pakistan in the way you describe.
And India has obviously benefited from the China, what is described as the China Plus model, as you know, MNCs seek to diversify their supply chains. You have now iPhones being made in substantial numbers in India, and so on. I'm asking you a hypothetical here, but if President Trump were to return to power in November this year, January 2025, what could India expect from a second Trump administration in terms of economic policy? I mean, there were friction points in the first Trump administration.
Yes, oh yes, I remember them vividly.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. No, there's always going to be trade friction between the United States and India. You write it down. It's natural that nations want to protect things that are theirs, including we want to do the same thing. So that piece is untroubling. You know, I think the best way, we're talking about something that may or may not happen, the best way to think about what a second Trump administration would look like is to go back to the facts and data about the first one. By the time you get to be my age, right, things don't change. Your worldviews are pretty set. And so when I think about the work that we did alongside India in the national security space, in the economic space, on the global stage as well. I suspect that the second Trump administration would adopt a set of policies that aren't dissimilar from that. That includes, if you read a book by a fellow named Robert Lighthizer, talks about tariffs and their economic benefit to the United States of America. I have a somewhat different view of that, but it is something that President Trump used in his first term, and I have every expectation he will continue to use that tool in his second term as well. Maybe different, it'll certainly be different for different countries, but the idea of developing a deepening bilateral trade relationship with India was something that was central to our effort for our 4 years. I suspect if President Trump were to be reelected, that would continue to be the case.
And will he have a second term?
Oh, goodness. You all see the same data I do. I don't predict. It'll be very close. It'll be competitive. There'll be a half a dozen states where it will be material to the outcome. I'm hopelessly biased. I think that the American people are radically better off with a President Trump than they would be in a second term of President Biden. It probably doesn't surprise anybody that I think that. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful the American people will elect President Trump, and we will begin to build America's place, its leadership in the world in the same way we did, and that the American economy will continue to accelerate in the way that it was before COVID was unleashed in the beginning of 2020.
Well, a Trump second term may be viewed favorably here in India from New Delhi's point of view, but how may it be viewed from Beijing, from Riyadh, from Tel Aviv, from Kiev, and of course from Moscow?
Oh my goodness. They gave me half a dozen. They would be very different answers. Where do you want me to start?
No, will the world be worried, especially given what we saw in the first 4 years of Trump? Should the world be worried how his presidency, if at all there is a second term, his presidency may shape these relationships?
Yeah. No, the world should be thrilled. I mean, how many wars started for those 4 years? Anybody got an idea? Zero. Yeah, zero. We now have a major conflagration in Europe, continuing now 2 years on. We have the most horrific act that I have seen in my adult lifetime. What Hamas did, what the Iranian leadership did to those women on October 7th in the southern part of the Negev desert is unlike anything I've ever seen. And I've seen, as CI director, I've seen an awful lot. This didn't happen under President Trump's watch. Instead, we built peace and prosperity. We built what became called the Abraham Accords. We had 4 nations declare that they were no longer going to be hostile to the nation of Israel. We knew that Jerusalem was the rightful capital of Israel. Basic things that most of the people said, this will cause World War III. I remember, I was there. Mike, if you strike Qasem Soleimani, World War III will ensue. The truth is, just the opposite happened. We saw the entire world come to say, those people are serious. And they are going to defend the things that they promised to defend. Vladimir Putin didn't take an inch of Ukraine on our watch. He took a fifth of Ukraine under President Obama, and then he stopped. And then he went back at it again just a few months after we left. I know, New York Times, CNN, International, they'll tell you it was just pure luck. Fair enough. Maybe we did have good luck. Maybe the good Lord was with us. We can ascribe it to whatever we want, but I know it happened. Afghanistan didn't fall under President Trump. Right? These are things that we can factually present that are indisputable about the world being better off. So when you ask, should the world be worried about President Trump, I think the world will be fundamentally more prosperous and more secure were President Trump to be given a second term, another 4 years.
But how would, I mean, obviously the world he would inherit if he were to become president again is a very different world from when he demitted office.
What I was just talking about.
How would he, because the onus is going to be on how he's going to end these 2 wars. How would President Trump end the Russia-Ukraine war or the Israel-Hamas war?
I don't do predictions. I don't do predictions. I do factual, I do principle-based analysis of what's likely to take place and what happened, what I can prove happened. There are folks who say, gosh, these things, these are counterfactuals, right? Here's what I can say with certainty. Vladimir Putin had a fundamentally different perception of America when President Trump was in office. He just did. You can argue about why. Mean tweets You just describe it however you choose to describe it. But the reality was that the missiles that saved Kyiv, the very Javelin missiles that were fired that saved Kyiv the night that they almost lost it, does anybody in this room know who provided those missiles to the Ukrainian people? Which president? It wasn't President Obama. He refused to do it. Had President Obama or his successor been elected in 2016, there would have been no Ukrainian defense that night from Javelin missiles. President Trump allowed those missiles to be delivered, saving Ukraine, giving them the very opportunity that they face today. I would tell you that in the Middle East, the Iranians understood that we were serious about defending things. We were serious about being partners with the Gulf states, the Emiratis, the Omanis, certainly the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Riyadh. We were serious about supporting these partners in a way that allowed them to move towards a different model in the Middle East. We want a good thing for the people that live in Judea and Samaria, that live in the West Bank. We wanted good things for them too. But we weren't about to let the terrorists that are under the thumbprint of Iran, whether it's Hezbollah or the Palestinian Authority or Hamas or the Houthis in Yemen, we weren't about to let them upset the opportunity for prosperity in the Middle East and for America, because it was about America first. We wanted to make sure our young men and women didn't have to go fight and risk their lives in those places as well, as they had done so many times over the last 25 years. I'm a former soldier. My mission set at the State Department was to deliver a model in the Middle East which no one ever asked for the 82nd Airborne or Marine Brigade. And we had built that. And so I would suggest to you that were President Trump to get another chance, he would begin to rebuild that model. And this is how, in the end, these conflicts will end. The only way you convince evil, bad guys, to stop is power. You have to deter them. And the United States and the world, not just the United States, Europe, Middle Eastern countries, lost deterrence. And this is now what has to be returned. And I'm confident that it can be done.
But regardless of what happens in November, will Ukraine be able to, will Ukraine be able to stave off a possible Russian offensive in the summer, given the deadlock in the US Congress in terms of supply of weapons?
They'll get what they need.
Sorry?
They'll get what they need.
They'll get. So you think it'll go through eventually?
It will go through. The Ukrainians will get what they need. I'm convinced that they will get the tools that they need. But I'll be honest, the fact that we've provided these weapon systems to them for now 2 years plus, we collectively, the Europeans, others as well, the Koreans, many nations, not just the United States, we haven't let them win. You have to win. In the end, you have to convince your adversary that the cost of continuing conflict exceeds the benefit. This is deterrence 101. This is economic 101. This is what you teach your children. When they behave badly, you have to convince them that their bad behavior, which they enjoyed and benefited from, their bad behavior is exceeded by the cost of that bad behavior. And that's what we lost. And we have to allow the Ukrainians to do that, and we didn't. I'm afraid we're not doing it in Israel either. Today, the President of the United States and many countries, the United Nations, I think India voted that way as well, is trying to constrain the one actor that has a chance of actually creating peace in the region. Right? The leaders of Hamas to this day, tomorrow there will be a ceasefire, everything shuts down. What's Hamas going to do tomorrow? What would Iran do tomorrow? They'll go right back at it. This is no nation. India wouldn't allow this. India would not sit still for having their women raped and murdered at the level that happened that day. You'd go take care of whoever did it too. And by the way, the United States should support you in doing that. And if you had Indians held hostage, we should support your effort to go back and get those hostages. Today there are not only Israeli hostages, but American hostages being held by Iran. And rather than pay them billions of dollars, we ought to go win. And this is the challenge. We didn't tell Israel, by the way, that they couldn't go into Gaza. Think about this. Think about the difference here. Israel is invaded by marauders, has hundreds of their people taken and held hostage, human shields being used to protect them. And we didn't tell Israel, no, you can't go get them. We told the Ukrainians, you can't do that. We told the Ukrainians, you can't go hold anything Russian at risk. if you're sitting in Russian leadership, not just Putin, but Russian leadership more broadly, and your mothers put their children to bed peacefully every night in Moscow and St. Petersburg, versus the Ukrainian mother who puts her child to bed and prays that the missile won't come through the building that night, this is asymmetric, and this is the thing that will continue to drag this European conflict out. We have to hold something that matters to Russia at risk, or at least convince them that we will.
I just wanted to stay with Ukraine for a moment. So you don't subscribe to, sort of an intellectual theory of the present day right in America, or parts of the present day right, is that Ukraine is a distraction, and actually the U.S. should focus more on Taiwan and so on. You don't subscribe to that. And one strand of the theory is that the whole expansion of NATO eastwards was some kind of a provocation to Russia. I mean, the same set of people usually say about these things. What are your views?
No, this is Russian propaganda. NATO no more threatened St. Petersburg than a man in the moon. I mean, come on. Like, can we just all, you don't have to tell your kids, but like, can we just all agree here today? Does anybody think Vladimir Putin really feared that NATO was going to roll into Russia? Maybe. I don't think there's any evidence to support that. By the way, the United States made a promise to Ukraine in 1994 in the Budapest Memorandum. We said, give up your nuclear weapons, Soviet-era weapons, and in exchange for that, if you come under threat, we will support you in your defense. The world knows that America made that promise. If we walk away from that, good luck getting Chairman Kim in North Korea to give up his nuclear weapons. Good luck getting any nation to give up anything that matters to them based on an American guarantee. So I would argue there is a deep, important commitment there. Second, to your point, this is a European conflict. I was a soldier now decades ago. My first assignment as a young lieutenant was patrolling the then East German border. It was a great job. Drive up and down, M1 tank, put the tank away, go drink beer. Great job. European kids were sitting at the bar when I got there. Europe has to do the work, just as India needs to do the work in this region. Japan, South Korea, Australia, the list goes on. Regional nations need to do the job in the first instance to secure their own sovereignty and their own freedom. That's true in Europe. But America has a deep interest in Europeans' continued integrity and success as well. Yes, the bigger challenge is from the Chinese Communist Party. The long-term threat, the chance that my son, and if we are blessed, our grandchildren, will live in an America that is very different than the one we live in today, comes largely from Xi Jinping and his like in the Chinese Communist Party, not from Russia. That much is true. But it doesn't mean that we can allow a sovereign nation to be invaded by an aggressor. We will only encourage folks like Xi Jinping, whether that be in Taiwan or in Los Angeles. And I would remind you here too, it's as true in India as it is in the United States. The Chinese Communist Party isn't just a threat in the Taiwan Straits. They're inside the gates. The largest spying operation, I believe, ever conducted on America wasn't by the Russians. It was being conducted out of the Chinese consulate in Houston, Texas, with diplomats operating undercover. And we closed the consulate. We made the decision to close the consulate. Not an easy decision. You can imagine, oh my gosh, what will the Chinese do? Will they invade Taiwan? Will World War III? What they understood was like, these guys, good on you. You figured it out and you crushed it. They remain a threat. They're all around us. They're working hard inside our countries. They want to change the nature of India as well. They want it to look more like them than you. And we can't let that happen inside our own countries either. It's complicated. I get it. Deep trade relationships for India. Deep trade relationships, economic interests for the United States of America as well. I know them very, very well. We have to find a model that delivers security and prosperity for ourselves, protects our own trading bloc, and the rules that have delivered India to the place that it is today. And if we do that well, I'm convinced China will end up having to follow suit.
I want to talk a little bit about China in the context of India, particularly because of the changed situation in the last 3 years since the Galwan incident at the border happened in 2020. There is a perception, there is a school of thought here in India which says The Chinese are poking and testing, and the more India is moving in the American orbit or becomes closer to America strategically, then it just incentivizes them to try and do that more, to be more militarily adventurous. What would you say to that?
If you choose to adopt the model of appeasement, you'll have more Chinese aggression. What does Xi Jinping respect? Does he respect someone who shows up and pays a tithe, an offering, bends the knee? Or does he respect someone who stands up and says, no, I'm the leader of Latvia. I'm the leader of Bangladesh. I'm the leader of America or India. And I'm going to damn well do the things I need to do to make sure that my people are served well. That's the place with which you can have conversations with Chinese leadership. You can't have relations with the Chinese leadership when you tell the Chinese leadership, no, it turns out we just want to talk more. And yeah, we're happy to let you run vessels into the Philippines. We're happy to let you make cockamamie statements about the South China Sea. I mean, just ludicrous statements about the South China Sea. More ludicrous than thinking that NATO was going to invade Russia. Right? These are propaganda campaigns intended to do what Chinese Communist Party intends. This isn't about military power. Military power matters. You must have it. This is a check the block, have to have it. India must have it, we must have it, the West must have it. But this is about, this is a larger hegemonic play by Chinese Communist Party. This is about corrupting trading systems, make sure that the currencies that are used are no longer the traditional currencies, to make sure that energy flows work the way that every international organization is run by the Chinese Communist Party. I would laugh at my team when they would come in and talk to me about these climate change summits. I want to debate climate change here today. We've just got a few minutes left. But does anybody think for a moment that a Chinese signature on the Paris Climate Accords is worth a damn? Does anybody think, how many coal-fired power plants have the Chinese shut down since they've signed that agreement? Let's all just deal in reality, not fantasy. This would be my first ask in dealing with China. Observe what they do, not what they tell you in the China Daily Times or the China Global News. Observe what they do. They are the most polluting nation in the world. They have no capacity to generate enough energy for themselves. They are using the Belt and Road Initiative to achieve political influence around the world. And we should acknowledge that they have the world's second largest economy, albeit troubled, a huge population, although declining soon. And we should recognize that the Chinese people deserve better. And if we can keep those thoughts in our head, there is a model where we, Europe, South Korea, Japan, Australia, I'm sure I'll leave somebody out, India, Singapore, the United States, Canada, we can build at a model for the world that gives us another 75 years where we get to live our lives in the way that we so choose.
But I just want to take off from what Bodhi was asking you a moment ago. But if you are Xi Jinping and you're in Beijing and you're looking at these two wars, the Russia-Ukraine war and the Israel-Hamas war, in a sense, it also has tested or shown to the world the limits of American power and American persuasion. So if you're Xi Jinping and you're looking at these wars and you're saying, you know, America, the most preeminent power in the world, is not able to get the outcomes in this war. It's not able to help Ukraine in a way that Ukraine can win this war. It's not able to stop Israel from, causing all these mass civilian casualties. What then stops Xi Jinping from saying, okay, let me try and see if I can take Taiwan back?
Good partners and friends and American leadership. That's what's failed. I spoke about this already. This is the deterrence that failed. I agree. Xi Jinping observes that not just America, don't put this just on America, it's not fair, it's also dangerous, more importantly than not being fair. All of us have a responsibility to say, no, we have to go win these things. The world needs to perceive, everybody loves, right? The Middle Eastern idea is the idea of the strong horse. Everybody follows the strong horse. We need to be that. We, collectively, need to be the strong horse. We're totally capable of doing this. Everybody has angst, like this is hard. We know precisely how to do this. I think in the 4 years we were there, we demonstrated that. Not perfectly. We could have done more in Hong Kong. I don't know that we could have stopped the collapse of Hong Kong as we knew it, but we could have done better. We could have done more. I'm entirely self-critical as well when appropriate. But yes, no, I think you're right. If you ask, by the way, what stopped Xi Jinping today, I think he figures his generals are lying to him just like Putin's generals lied to him as well. So I'm guessing he's double-checking what everyone's telling him. It's also the case that the cocktail party talk is about an invasion of Taiwan. Why would you invade Taiwan? That's nasty. You blow up TSMC, and so nobody benefits from this. No, the way to take Taiwan is to do what you did in Hong Kong, is to apply pressure and convince the world that, that in fact Xi Jinping, that the Chinese Communist Party is the strong horse. You undermine it via all the soft power tools and back it up with a very capable, not only Navy and Army, but a powerful nuclear weapons program, a powerful space program. China has each of those. So you have the hard power tools, but your modus vivendi to achieve your objective, which is political control, not just in Taiwan, but in the entire region, Pacific Islands included. I think the model isn't to send a fleet, might do that if he has to, but the model is way more dangerous than that.
About India and Mr. Modi, there is a view among certain institutions, maybe even sections of the Western press, that look, while he's great for the economy and India is the fastest growing large economy and so on and so forth, there is this whole narrative about democratic backslide and freedoms being under threat. Yeah. I'm sure it was there when you were in office as well. What would you say to that narrative, having interacted with Mr. Modi himself and members of his cabinet in the 4 years that you were in office?
You know, it's interesting because that narrative of, what did you describe it as, backslide?
Democratic backsliding.
Is the headline in the New York Times today about if President Trump were to be reelected, democracy is at an end. So just, you should know, I have a view on these things. No, my observation was indeed uniquely different from that. My observation was about an India moving radically forward in all the most central areas. We don't get it right in the United States every day either on these same set of issues. I was deeply aware of this. What we ask is progress, and you know, we put religious freedom at the very top of the list of things we talked about. We spent a lot less time talking about climate change and a lot more time talking about religious freedom at our embassies around the world. I'm sure that's true for the embassy here today. You'll get it right. I'm confident you all will get it right. You will demand that your democracy be defended and protected. And when your leaders don't, you'll upbraid them. You'll bring them back to the place that you want them to be. And so I didn't observe this, and you asked, did I see this when I was there? I didn't observe this backsliding of which you speak. I give one other thought about the way we approached the internal policies of other nations, most especially for democracies. Less true for authoritarian regimes. But for democracies, we acknowledge that this is tough stuff, that the political fighting that takes place amongst political parties, amongst political actors inside of political parties. As a congressman, I'm perfectly attuned to that. We should welcome that. This is to be encouraged. This exchange of ideas, this political space to express one's view is vitally important. So when I see that take place in India, and I see one party saying, oh, and another, I think, you know, this is the best of our tradition. And I certainly experienced that when I observed it from my time in office as well. I must say it's one of the things I regret about what happened just last week in the United States, where we had a senior United States senator go to the floor of the Senate and speak about another democracy, Israel, and suggest that the Israeli people needed to change out their leader. Wow. That is,
Chuck Schumer.
Senator Schumer asked for regime change in Israel. That's really quite something to me. It's in my view, deeply inconsistent with the American tradition about how we respect our fellow democratic peers around the world. We should honor their traditions. They'll choose paths that are different than ours in many cases. But man, I have confidence in the Indian people in ways that apparently Senator Schumer doesn't in the Israeli people.
Can I, we're almost out of time. Just let me ask you a quick question. Would President Trump concede if he lost this time around?
I'm sorry?
Would President Trump concede if he lost this time around?
Oh, sure.
He would?
Of course, yeah, of course. I'm still waiting on Secretary Clinton to concede in her election.
She did the next day.
No, she didn't. She still tweets, go look them up. She still says the thing was fixed. Fair enough. By the way, Al Gore thinks he lost. I still won in 2000. Fair enough. We have rambunctious, very competitive elections in the United States. But we also have a court system and a rule of law that conducted a peaceful transition of power, which caused me to grab my bag and walk out of the door on January 21st at noon of the year 20th of January 2021. Worry not. Whatever CNN International tells you, we will have an election. The election will proceed, and we will have a president duly elected. He'll give an inaugural address starting right at noon that day. It will happen. You can write it down. You heard it here first.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Secretary Michael Pompeo of the United States. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Secretary Pompeo, Zach and Obi, for that very engaging conversation, one that provided us with a window to changing geopolitics of the world. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite upon Shireen Bhan, Managing Editor, CNBC TV, to introduce our next speaker. Shireen, please come.
Thank you very much, Akanksha. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce our next speaker here at the Rising Bharat Summit. The bullishness about India that you've all been witness to over the past 2 days is showing up in our capital markets as well. The Bombay Stock Exchange market capitalization has risen. It's crossed $4 trillion recently, a nearly 4 times climb from the levels of $1.6 trillion that we saw a decade ago in 2014. The BSE Sensex has nearly tripled from 27,500 in 2014 to 72,000 now. Global funds are looking at India with an increasing appetite, and there's more money flowing from the Indian households to the Indian equity markets too. The value of shares and debentures held by households has jumped over 1,000% in the past decade. Mutual funds assets under management have also vaulted 500% in this decade. The Indian equity market has added 31 million investors in 2023. Digitization of financial systems and deeper bank penetration is transforming people's savings behavior, mirroring preference towards more return-yielding financial assets. To talk to us here on the Rising Bharat platform about the phenomenal transformation and democratization of the Indian capital markets, it is my absolute pleasure and privilege to welcome here on the stage Madhabi Puri Butt, Chairperson of the Securities Exchange Board of India, the Chairperson of our market regulator, SEBI.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I must admit I'm a little nervous here today because Shireen has asked me to deliver an address which is supposed to be 25 minutes long. And I'm really worried because at the best of times, 5 minutes, 10 minutes is good. But to the best and brightest minds in the country sitting here today, I can't think how I can keep you engaged for 25 minutes, but I shall try. So the strategy is to share with you some stories along the way in terms of what is happening in our capital markets. So as we think about democratization of the capital markets, to me, the question that starts right at the beginning is, what do we understand by democratization? And in order to share this story of many years ago, it's a story about one Mr. Murthy. Oops. Go back. Okay, here's Mr. Murthy. He was a real person, Mr. Murthy, in Hyderabad. Looked pretty much like this. This was the early days of online share trading. And when I met this gentleman, he was a small trader sitting in Hyderabad. We spoke partly in English, partly in Telugu. And he said that he was extremely delighted with online share trading. And when I asked him why was this the case, he had two very simple things to say. He said, you know, I like to trade, but I trade very small amounts. So the sub-broker doesn't really care much about me, and I have to keep pestering him and following up again and again, and he just often doesn't even take my phone call. And if it's a really volatile day, though there's no chance of my being able to get through to him, and all the volatile days I miss the activity in the market because the sub-broker simply won't pick up my phone. And he said, online share trading gives me an equal right, like all the bigwig investors, to go and buy and sell my shares. That was the day that I learned what is meant by democratization. We often think only of entry, you know, access to come in. What he taught me was access to get out as well. Because in a large part of any industry, any product or service, there are many people who encourage you to come in. But do you have equal access and as much service from them when you want to go out? So to me, democratization needs to encapsulate not just ease of coming in, but ease of being served right through the life cycle of being an investor, and indeed the ease of going out. So what is it that has really happened in our markets? I will take you to another story. This story is about Mr. Kamath. Many of you know him. I've taken his permission to narrate this story. It's not a professional story. It's about Mr. Kamath, the man. Mr. Kamath has household help, and he was really keen that they should participate in the growth of the country, the growth of the markets, and really create wealth for their children and their families. So he wanted to pay them bonuses and part of their salary, invest on their behalf, but he always worried. He said, I'll make the investment on their behalf. But tomorrow when I am not here and they need to be served and they need to exit, who will be there to serve them? They will be lost in this world. Right? His domestic help, his driver, his maid at home, his sweeper, his cleaner. And then one day, we showed him a demo of MF Central. Those of you who are familiar with it, this is unprecedented anywhere in the world. And when I speak at IOSCO, which is our global forum for market regulators, they simply cannot believe that an entire industry, 50 different mutual funds, have come together to say that here is the one place where you will be served through a single window. It's not just about buying through a single window. That everybody does because of their own commercial interest. But to be served through a single window. So if you say, I want to change my address, and you are holding units in 5 or 6 different mutual funds, you upload it once, it automatically goes to all 5 or 6. Whenever you have any service request, you say, I want my account statement, I want my tax statement, I need to give it to somebody. You upload once, it goes to everybody. Single window to be served during your entire life cycle of holding that. Now, this is truly phenomenal. It's not just about the fact that technology enables it. It's about the fact that the entire industry chose to come together and offer this and say, this is not a space where we need to compete. This is a space where we need to collaborate. And that's what creates the democratization. Third story. So Shakti Amma, many of you may be aware, I am a Unilever wife, so I'm very aware of who Shakti Amma is. So this is the local Kirana wala lady who is in every village of the country. What is our ambition? Our ambition is that just as Shakti Amma is selling these little sachets of everything, and we know the entire story about how the shampoo market in India exploded when it moved from bottles to sachets, and people could afford to buy a 1 rupee sachet or a 2 rupee sachet of shampoo, but could never have afforded to buy a 100 rupee bottle. The market just exploded. So our objective is that in similar vein, we are looking to do sachetization of all our financial products. Again, the industry is coming forward to play such a marvelous role. So at the moment, the mutual fund industry tells us that a 500 rupee per month SIP is profitable for them. While many of them actually offer as low as 100 rupees a month, it is not profitable. They're sort of doing a bit of cross subsidy while they build up volume. We as a regulator know that unless it is viable, it will not be pushed. So we are working very closely with the industry to identify what are all the costs, including some of the regulation-driven costs, which is making this unviable at a 250 rupee SIP. So again, it's something world over people cannot understand how a $3.50 per month investment can be made viable, but it is the magic of digitization. So for me, the journey of democratization is all about the journey of digitization. So hopefully very soon we will have Shakti Amma having little sachets of mutual fund units over there, 250 rupees a month top up. The next story is about the red, green and yellow. As I said, for us democratization not just to enter, sometimes there are disputes, sometimes consumers have grievances. If you don't have inclusion and democratization of that, you are again letting down your investor. So when we think of democratization, there must be democratization of this as well. At SEBI, we are about to launch on April 1st. I told them don't do April 1st, it's April Fool's Day. We are about to launch, Scores 2.0. It's a new version. It's absolutely fantastic. The way the entire workflow of handling consumer investor complaints is completely automated. It is linked to every other system in the market. So for instance, when you go there, in our version 1.0, when an investor went there, he had to register for his complaint, and he had to put in his email ID, his phone number, his this, his that, to just register that he wants to put in a complaint. And we asked ourselves, why is he doing that? He's coming here to complain because he's already an investor. So we should be having his data. Why are we asking him to put it again, right? So we have to make it easy for that person that Mr. Kamath told us he wants to invest on behalf of. So now if he just puts in his PAN number, you all know PAN is essential in our country for being in the market, automatically the system talks to our KRA system and pulls all the data and says, this is your phone number, this is your email ID, this is your address, if this is you, please proceed. So simplifying it to this extent from the start of registration of a complaint to taking it to the end of an online dispute resolution mechanism of arbitration and mediation, the entire process with 3 levels of escalation for the consumer, for the investor, is something that has now been digitized. And the objective is democratize this thing for them, which is their dispute resolution. If you don't do that, you're just paying lip service to the fact that you allowed them in, but are you serving them in a democratic way? This one is a story of loss. Normally when we would think about loss in the markets, you would think somebody lost money in the markets, but for us this was not that loss. It was about the loss of a dear one. So if this person sat there or was standing there and got the news that his father or his mother passed away, and he's just sitting there, that he's just lost his parents, that is grief, that is loss, that is pain. And what we said is, at a time like that, for us to give this investor the runaround and that he cannot claim the assets of his parents is just the most appalling thing possible. So what have we done about it? Again, full credit to the entire market ecosystem. about 50 odd legal heads across the ecosystem sat together, arrived at a common set of documents that they will all accept, and now if a person goes online and submits one set of transmission documents, death certificate, etc., across the entire market ecosystem, all mutual funds, all depositories, everything, you get, nobody will ask you for another document. So you have to be, this is what democratization is about, so that it's just easy for people even at a time like this. And if the regulator cannot empathize with loss, then of course we need to have our heads examined. Sorry. I do want to quote a few numbers. Shireen mentioned some. I love to quote Nandan. You know, he's the, I would say, the guru for all things digital. And when he highlighted this, you can see the numbers there. The numbers themselves are not important. You know, what we talk about the hockey stick effect at a company level, imagine this is the hockey stick effect at an ecosystem level. So the entire Indian ecosystem is one. It's not one company outperforming to deliver the hockey stick. It is the entire ecosystem that is able to deliver this, and therefore you know, the whole SEBI eases the know your client process by enabling online KYC, use of Aadhaar, etc. And look at the way in which that hockey stick effect is now achieved. And of course the numbers show up that between 10 years ago, Nandan presented this last year. So what is the ratio of physical to digital forms? And on the back of this, the monthly systematic investment plans have multiplied by 6x. This number has gone up further since then. So it just shows that the hockey stick effect, when you really bring together the spirit of democratization, you can achieve it at an ecosystem level, not just as a company level. Mutual fund story is well known, and this is our favorite product for financial inclusion. So if you see the blue line, which is number of unique mutual fund investors, so deduped for PANs. So 10 years ago, we started with 1 crore, we're now at 4.4 crore. And the actual asset under management was 8 lakh crore, and we're now at 55 lakh crore. So it's just been a huge amount of growth again on the back of this whole democratization. This is my favorite slide. I use it quite often. When we think of the markets, invariably we all think of the share bazaar, let us say. But we have actually a very vibrant bond market. Now, people do not know this. People do not know this. So two things I would like to say. Number one, some statistics. While the secondary market in bonds is not very active, and we're doing a bunch of stuff to try and improve that, in terms of the primary market issuance, okay, if you look at the total bonds outstanding today and compare it to the total banking loans to the corporate sector, it amounts to 60%, which means for every 100 rupees that the banking system gives to corporate India, the bond market gives 60 rupees. Most people are not aware as how large that number is. Now, specifically in this slide, what I like to talk about is we are expecting this to grow much more. Because with the inclusion of the Government of India securities in the global indices, right, that's already happened, JP Morgan, Bloomberg indices, we can expect to see a large amount of foreign interest in our Government of India securities. And once the Government of India yield curve is established, investors automatically tend to come into our corporate bonds as well, because then it's you just benchmark off the Government of India yield and add the credit spread. So until you have that yield, people don't have that much interest in corporate bonds. So we should see a good amount of inflow in the corporate bond market. And that's when, as people tell me, now you won't need to have an Indian hero there. So I said, we'll definitely put Akshay Kumar there in the same natty suit. So that's our bond market. Some of the things that we are doing, and this is really important again from a democratization point of view, one of the things that people used to worry about every time the markets were dislocated, the bond markets, they would say liquidity dries up. And people are stuck. Now, you remember what I said about democratizing not just entry but also exit. Something absolutely sparkling that this government has done, and it's gone relatively unnoticed, I feel sad about it, is something called the backstop facility, which the government has put in place with sovereign guarantee. Think about it. The government has said 30,000 crores of asset purchase program guaranteed by the government of India in the event that there is a stress in the market and the mutual funds, the debt mutual funds are stuck and they don't want to sell at distressed prices in a dislocated market. They have actually sanctioned that guarantee. And what that means is that the fear that some people have, that because the markets are not so liquid, tomorrow if there's a crisis and the market freezes up, what will happen? Well, the government has stepped forward and actually said, well, we will stand behind the bond market. So this was a very, very important step taken by the government to really facilitate the growth of the bond market and to protect the investors. The second thing which SEBI did was to create a very specialized institution called the repo, corporate bond repo clearing corporation. The reason this was important and what this slide is meant to demonstrate is the product was always there in the market. It was not getting used. And we realized that the exchanges who are focused on equity will never have the management bandwidth to focus, eat, dream, drink, breathe the bond market. So we created a whole new institution, and we were told, it's very hard to set up a new institution. Yes, it was hard, but it was created, and that again was a cooperative effort of the entire mutual fund industry. So this is, every time I narrate these stories, as I said in ASCO, people cannot believe how much cooperation and collaboration exists in our ecosystem for people to come together to grow the market. So this is an institution, and I'm very proud to say, I believe in February they crossed 10,000 crores of repo on corporate bonds. That's what focus brings. This is one of my favorite products for the future, REITs. I believe that there's just so much latent demand in our country for real estate, and for each of us to own a little bit of that action and that wealth creation, and to try and participate in what can potentially be an inflation-proof income is so important. Again, we have found that when we shared this vision with the industry and said that in order to retailize, in order to democratize REITs, we need higher levels of disclosure and compliance. I cannot tell you the cooperation we got, and they've all agreed to a much higher level of disclosure and compliance so that the regulator has comfort to really retailize this product. And of course, consequently, we went ahead and announced something called the small and medium REITs, which means that even assets as small as 50 crores, otherwise our threshold was 500 crores. So only the big boys were participating. We brought it down to a 50 crore asset, and we've reduced the investment size for just folks like you and us and everybody else to be a part of this entire area which is set to grow. Our own back of the envelope calculation tells us that over the next 10 to 15 years, the REIT, InvIT and Muni bond market will be as large as our equity market today, 1 time GDP. That is our belief. So where is that growth going to come from? Where is the capital formation going to come from? This is what our belief is, that this little piece of heaven, this little piece of real estate, this little piece of infrastructure, democratized across millions and millions of people, is what is going to create the next 1 time GDP market for our country. I think one additional step that we took towards democratization of what we call the issuers. This is all about the investors. Now, what about the issuers? We recently inaugurated the listing of 5 NGOs on our social stock exchange. Again, many people told us it's not worked anywhere in the world. Why will it work in India, X, Y, Z? And our belief was no. A, we will make it work because we have the technology and we can take it far and wide. And B, we have again faith in our ecosystem which has done so much. And therefore, we actually saw 5 NGOs listing together very recently last week as the first set of NGOs to list and make available a very transparent and trustworthy ecosystem for people to donate. So that's our social stock exchange in terms of creating democratization of issuers. Now even a non-profit can be an issuer. How do we achieve all this? And I'm often asked this question, and I think the answer is very simple. On the one hand, of course, technology. I mean, there's just no doubt about that. But the second is co-creation. You know, everything we do is co-created with industry. SEBI has always had a very rich tradition of doing very extensive discussion and very rich advisory committees on policy making. The big step we took about a year ago was that we moved that spirit of cooperation and co-creation into standard setting. So we've set up something called Industry Standards Forum, which set down the standards for implementation of SEBI regulations. And the amount of work that has happened in this last, I would say, 7-8 months, and the kind of, you know, ease of compliance that has been brought about. So SEBI had to make some changes because when a logical argument was presented to us, obviously we're going to listen to it. The industry came up with some brilliant ideas on how to do that. So the entire spirit of co-creation has been extended and democratized. So it's one more form of democratization, that the regulator does not have a monopoly on policy making. Regulator also does not have a monopoly on standard making. So this spirit of collaboration and co-creation is one of, I think, the biggest strengths of India, along with our technology. On the technology, of course, as I said, you know, it's just there for everybody to see, and Shireen and I were speaking that, you know, many people across the world cannot even understand how we can implement 90-day projects. You know, people say we barely get our terms of reference in place in 90 days, and you guys just sort of implement things. So it just comes from, I think, the speed, the attitude, the talent. So many of our young people are tech-oriented, quant-oriented. So all of this really is a huge advantage for us as a country. And therefore, with this entire democratization for the investor, for the issuer, for decision making, for policy making, all of this together is really wonderful to look at it and say that this market, therefore, is contributing to capital formation for the real economy, and that's where the driver of growth is going to come from. And at the same time, it is creating wealth in the hands of our citizens. And what a beautiful win-win outcome that is. And that's all thanks to the democratization of the capital markets. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhviji. Fantastic as ever. And such a pleasure to have you here with us. And thank you for making the time. Really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, you can be a little more generous with your applause, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I have to request all of you to cooperate with us, and very humbly so, because we now have to follow the SPG security protocols ahead of the Prime Minister gracing this Rising Bharat Summit, ladies and gentlemen. In exactly about 90 minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be here with us to address this gathering. Leading for Global Good is the theme. Rising Bharat Summit concludes with that grand finale with the address of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the most popular leader in current times. Now here's what we'll have to do. We'll have to make our way out, and we have to clear the Darbar Hall for now. And I request all of you to please cooperate, because there will be yet another round of checking and frisking. Please try and avoid carrying battery packs or electronic gadgets with you on your way back in. Around 7 p.m. we will start letting people in as soon as we get the thumbs up from the SPG. Everybody has to make their way out, and you have to come back in, and we'll have to do it in an orderly manner. Everybody, I mean everybody, will be checked. So there's nobody who can come out and say, "Meri checking ki zarurat nahi hai, sabke checking ki zarurat hai." Everybody's going to get checked. I request you to please be orderly. Allow the ladies to make their way out last. Let's not crowd around the exit door. One by one, please. And all our guests, all our attendees are requested humbly to please cooperate. And there will be some specific seating in some areas that will be marked out for some specific guests, and also to adhere to the SPG protocols. Kindly cooperate and help us put up a fantastic evening. Thank you. Please don't leave your things behind. Please carry them with you. You may not necessarily come back and sit at the same place. Kindly take your belongings with you. Bags, iPads, phones, anything that you're leaving behind. Please take it along with you. Thank you. News 18 technical crew. News 18 technical crew stay inside the Darbar Hall. News 18 working crew, technical crew stay inside the Darbar Hall. Stay where you are inside the Darbar Hall, please. आप लोग बाहर मत जाइए. News 18 technical crew and working crew आप please अंदर रहिए. पीएम साइड का जो पोडियम है उसका माइक ऑन कीजिए प्लीज।
पीएम का चेक 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 चेक।
सर न्यूज़ 18 का टेक्निकल क्रू और वर्किंग क्रू को बोला गया यहाँ रुकना है, तो वही लोग हैं, तो बस बाकी सब बाहर ही है सर।
पोजीशन हो गया कर रहे हैं सर। ठीक है अनिल चालू हो गया।
चेक माइक टेस्ट।
ये किसका है? ये किसका है? रमेश जी ये हेलो हेलो हेलो। कितना आगे पीछे लगे
Okay, just quickly to the News 18 working crew and the technical crew, please stay here. The police will come, the cops and the SPG, they are going to come and check all of us here. जो अंदर है यहाँ पर, everybody will be frisked again, so please cooperate.
Yes, sir. Eren की देना इसको थोड़ा यूँ
क्या है
सर 1 मिनट में पहले एक बार टेलीफोन तो सेट कर दो, फिर देख लेते हैं कैमरे में आ रहा है नहीं आ रहा, वो सब देखता हूँ। थोड़ा सा और घुमाओ यूँ और यूँ
देखिए ड्राइवर सेट। हाँ तो ये सब तो यहाँ रहना नहीं चाहिए। ये वाला मोटर थोड़ा बाहर जाएगा। अच्छा ये वाला मोटर थोड़ा सा बाहर जाएगा।
1 मिनट पहले हम कर लें।
ये सब गिरा हो सब चेंज करना है। मीटर वाला हटा देंगे।
Adnan, Adnan to the stage, please.
इसके नीचे थोड़ा सा इसको थोड़ा सा उठाएंगे। झाँक के बैठिए। हो गया ये। इसके नीचे भी इतनी गंदगी है। सफाई करें सफाई कराई थे तो भी वो मिट्टी क्योंकि आज ही लगा है ये पूरे अभी अब तो साफ हो जाए कहाँ गए पहला बोलो ना अलग है ना पहला पोडियम का हाथ तो साफ करो क्या पोडियम के नीचे का साफ करने का उसको बुलाओ ना वो देखो आगे मी एवढा पकडून
हो गया यहाँ
हो गया सर थैंक यू
थोड़ा सा इसको यूँ घुमाओ यूँ उल्टा उल्टा
ऊपर का लाइट ये बंद होगा ये बंद होगा
और नीचे जाएगा। थोड़ा सा मामूली नीचे नीचे बस बस ठीक। ये थोड़ा मार करने के लिए बोल रहे हैं। ये उसको यूँ घुमाओ, यूँ घुमाओ, यूँ। नीचे से घुमाओ, नीचे से और घुमाओ, यूँ यूँ। इतना चल जाएगा सर, इतना चल जाएगा। देखो आप कैमरे में दिक्कत थोड़ी आ रही है। अब कैमरे में आ रहा है क्या वीडियो?
हाँ नहीं आ रहा, कैमरे में नहीं आ रहा। अब और
नहीं, हमारे हिसाब से तो पास से सीधा दूर कर देंगे।
अगर हो सकता जरा जरा सा हो सकता है, बहुत जरा जरा एक आध बहुत ज़्यादा, उसके बाद लाओ, उसके बाद अगर मतलब
ये कह रहे हैं कि एक इंच और इधर बाहर हो सकता है।
कौन कर रहा है? कौन सा कैमरा है? कौन सा कैमरा है?
सामने
2 नंबर ना?
2 नंबर।
हाइट ज़्यादा दी है क्या? हाइट ज़्यादा लाइट छोड़ो।
ये थोड़ा सा यूँ और घुमाएगा।
माइक दे रहे हैं? नहीं, वो कह रहे हैं बंद करने के लिए बोल रहे हैं, ऑन नहीं करने के लिए। मनोज, हाँ, अच्छा चेक करने के लिए। T4 5 6 7 8 लाइट ऑन करिए।
Yes, we need T4. Yeah, one light is still missing on T4.
क्या है इसमें? ये लाइट हाउस लाइट्स, स्टेज पे हाउस लाइट्स ऑन करिए प्लीज.
होटल,
हाउस लाइट्स ऑन स्टेज.
होटल ये पिलर की लाइट चालू करिए प्लीज.
कोई होटल से है? हाउस लाइट्स ऑन स्टेज.
थोड़ा सा यूं घुमा यूं.
भैया थोड़ा गीला कपड़ा मारेंगे. अच्छा ठीक है, हाँ ठीक है. राजीव, यार किसी को होटल से ढूंढो, ये वाला पैनल चालू करो लाइट्स का. नहीं 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 दिख रहा ना. गाइस, होटल से कौन है इस कमरे के अंदर? होटल ताज.
Anyone from Taj here?
ये ऊंचा लग रहा है.
अदनान, anybody from the hotel here? होटल से कोई है? किसी को बुलाओगे?
बड़ा कर दो यार. हाँ हाँ.
लाइट तो ज्यादा बढ़ रहा है. हाँ.
रॉय, व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम?
Huh. I can't see anything. I just see the screen से वो loops. हाँ. भारत का रहने वाला भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ. हाँ, ये गीत के बोल हैं, पर अगर इसे किसी ने कण कण में जिया है तो वो है श्री नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी जी. 2014 में मोदी लहर के बल पर जब से उन्होंने थोड़ा ऊपर कार्यभार संभाला है, तब से लेकर अब तक उन्होंने एक दिन की भी छुट्टी नहीं ली है. हाँ, यू हैव टू जस्ट फॉलो माई पेस. हाँ, यहाँ तक कि हर पर्व, हर त्यौहार वह जवानों, किसानों या कर्मठ नौजवानों के साथ बिताते हैं. उनकी अगुवाई में नारी शक्ति को बल मिला, देश को रक्षा शक्ति सबल हुई, दुश्मन की मक्कारी विफल हुई और भारत की विश्व पटल पर हिस्सेदारी प्रबल हुई. सबका साथ, सबका विकास से की गई शुरुआत आज वसुधैव कुटुंबकम पहुँच गई है. भारत देश में करोड़ों, हाँ ठीक, भारत देश में करोड़ों लोगों को मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी से उभार रहा है, तो दुनिया को शांति, मैत्री और सद्भाव की राह दिखा रहा है. जहां जैम से जनता को वेलफेयर से जोड़ा, वहीं भारत मंडपम में G20 की अगुवाई कर विश्व को भारत की सभ्यता और संस्कृति से जोड़ा. मैसेज क्लियर है. नजरें मिलाओगे तो जान दे देंगे, भारत की ओर आंख उठा कर देखोगे तो खुश के मारेंगे. अब स्वप्न एक विकसित भारत का है. हमारी प्रेरणा भारत है, भूमि की पूजा. सुजला सुफला सदा स्नेह, यही तो रूप है उसका. जिए माता के कारण हम करें जीवन सफल अपना, यही तो है मंत्र अपना. शुभंकर मंत्र है अपना. चराई वेती. स्वागत कीजिए सर्व जनप्रिय, द मोस्ट पॉपुलर लीडर ऑफ आवर टाइम्स, प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र दामोदर to deliver the keynote address on the Rising Bharat principal theme, leading for global good. Ladies and gentlemen, take it. Great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ji. Thank you, Ji. This is okay. Yeah, this is okay.
हम तो बहुत पहले आ रखे हैं. नहीं, हम तो आ रखे हैं 4 बजे के, लेकिन रूम खाली नहीं दिया ना इन्होंने. तब तक हम अपना वैसे प्रोटोकॉल तेरे चारों तरफ यहाँ क्या क्या सेटअप हुआ है. तो आप हमारा नंबर रखा करो ना, फोन मार दिया करो. फोन रखा करो हमारा, एक फोन मार दिया करो. कोई नहीं, हम में से कोई नहीं रहेगा तो हम किसी दूसरे का नंबर देंगे, वो यहाँ रहेगा।
फोन नहीं किया, अभी आएंगे देखा जाएगा। News18 वाले जिनको उन्हीं को पकड़ो। अभी सर आप बताओ कि कोई नहीं बस ये वाला अभी तो फिलहाल अभी एक बार कर दीजिए, फिर कर दीजिएगा। कह रहे जो मेरा फ्रेम है वो उस पर काट दीजिए, उस पर नहीं आ पाएगा सर। हाँ क्या फ्रेम में आ रहा है? कोई स्विच करने के लिए बोला था? नहीं आप सेंटर में बैठो, लेकिन हमको वो चाहिए।
चलो लिपि।
हेलो Shankar here. हाँ जी. Have we provisioned for Rahul and Santosh sitting here somewhere? वो कर देंगे साहब. तो वो
इसको फिर से घुमाएंगे पोडियम को? नहीं, इसको थोड़ा ज़्यादा बाहर हो जाएगा सर। पहले पोडियम इतना छोड़ा है, कैसे क्या होगा बताओ।
बैकग्राउंड के हिसाब से पूरा करके सर के बहुत दूरी भी नहीं रखना। मैक्सिमम बता दो, बाकी कर लेंगे। ये मैक्सिमम पे नहीं रखें, क्योंकि इससे अंतर रहता है। इस साइड वाला को थोड़ा सा कर दो, ये वाला थोड़ा सा कर दो, क्योंकि ये है ना लोगो, सॉरी ये नहीं, ये जो आ रहा है ना इसको इस साइड जा रहा है, नहीं तो मुझे उधर शिफ्ट करना पड़ेगा। देख लो थोड़ा ज़्यादा नहीं, बस हो गया ना, उतनी है, आप देख लो हो सकता है। उनके हिसाब से देखिए, बाबा के हिसाब से ठीक है।
बाबा के हिसाब से लाइट बहुत ज़्यादा है।
लाइट तो कम कर लेंगे। पहले ये पोजीशन ये पोजीशन अभी एसपीजी ने चेक करेंगे, ओवर आंसर तो मैंने मतलब जब भी खड़ा होगा अंदर चार अलग करेंगे, दो क्रॉस साइड से बहुत वो तो पूरा है ना, पूरा कम होगा। कपड़ा वो है ना प्लास्टिक, नहीं ठीक है, सबका काम चलना चाहिए हमको, सबका साथ सबका 100 से 30 हाँ वही
एक इधर का सही है।
बना लो अपने दिमाग में कि कौन सी लाइन कहाँ होनी चाहिए, तुम्हें कैसे देखना अपने हिसाब से, हर आदमी का अलग अलग ठीक है। आप यहाँ अपने हिसाब से देखो कैसे ये सबसे सही है।
अभी तो सही है, सही लग रहा है तो पूरा दोनों तरफ में देख के बोल ठीक है। आप क्या वो जो लिए थे वही ले गए, वही जो खड़े थे यहाँ पे।
उसके अंदर से हीट आ रही है ना, 5 मिनट में मंदिर इस चीज़ को जला सकते हैं, हीट सामने जला देगा।
ये 1 2 3 4 इसका डायरेक्शन से अलग है, इसमें नहीं पड़ेगी। सामने चीज रखा हुआ है, डिफ्यूज करके रखा हुआ है, सामने भी देखने में दिक्कत नहीं आएगी।
मैं तो हूँ सर, मैं कहाँ जाऊँगा? ये देखिए स्ट्रक्चर सर,
इसको थोड़ा सा और बाकी है ना, बाकी
आप कर लो तो फिर मैं उसके हिसाब से लगा लूँगा। अगर आपको इसको हटाना है तो नहीं वो तो कह रहे हैं आप अपना सेट करो, उसके बाद ये सेट करते हैं। अच्छा ये तो फिक्स है,
ये फिक्स है।
थोड़ा थोड़ा ये दोनों भाग जाएंगे।
सर हाँ हाँ
बाहर
करा दो देखो ना सर, इलेक्ट्रिकल है, काल से नहीं है, बैंक कोई कमी नहीं है, हम सारे ओके करें।
मैक्सिमम है सर, अब इससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं कर सकते। अपना भी फिक्स है, फिक्स। हाँ
ये सर ये राइट वाला, राइट वाला लो लो बस।
बाहर अब नहीं हो पाएंगे सर। हाँ हाँ नहीं, मार्जिन अब हम जितना बहुत ज़्यादा मार्जिन, एक तो पोडियम बहुत बड़ा है। नहीं यार,
लाइट अभी है, लाइट ठीक है,
लाइट तो आएगी आंखों में सर, ये तो आएगी आंखों में।
आंख में आ रहे। अच्छा ये एक काम करना,
इसको थोड़ा सा नीचे और करेंगे। ये थोड़ा सा तिरछा लग रहा है।
रहने दो मैं देख।
ये थोड़ी सी लाइट है ना, आँखों में आएगी सर। ये वाली जो लाइट है ना, ये वाली लाइट वो सब कुछ आँखों में आएगी यार।
मैं कम कर दूँगा। पहले आप
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
ठीक है, एक बार फ्रेम चेक करो,
ठीक।
ज़्यादा कम
किया तो क्या है, फिर कहाँ जाएंगे? वो लाइट तो चाहिए चाहिए ना।
जो उनको करना होगा वो कर लेंगे थोड़ा। वैसे ये सही साइज ये ठीक है।
नहीं, पोडियम भी हाइट ठीक है।
नहीं नहीं कर लेंगे, हो जाएगा। बड़ा बहुत बड़ा है
होना चाहिए, बड़ा आदमी के लिए बड़ा ही होना चाहिए। नहीं
जैसा जहाँ जैसा मिल जाए ऐसा ही होता है, जहाँ जो चीज़ जैसा मिल जाए।
अभी डीडी से
नहीं, हम तो पीएमओ से। हम तो टेलीकॉम्टर के लिए निश्चल जी तो उनकी जगह है ना, ये दो लोग आए थे। जाओ फोटो खींचने आ जाओ।
No, no, no. This is the first, the one and two. So it doesn't cross also. From there it is
इसको थोड़ा सा मामूली है।
अरे भैया
सर जिसका काम हो गया स्टेज से नीचे आ जाइए प्लीज। जिसका काम हो गया स्टेज से नीचे आ जाइए प्लीज।
मामूली मत करो। इससे नीचे वाली लाइन देखो।
अच्छा
कुछ नहीं देखो, दोनों में जो लाइन कहाँ होनी चाहिए, वो लाइन कैसे दिखनी चाहिए,
कैसे दिखनी चाहिए?
प्लीज आप देखो तुम्हारे हिसाब से कैसा दिख रहा है कहाँ नजर
नीचे वाली लाइन हाँ दिख तो रही है।
रखो कैसा ऐसा ही
थोड़ा कन्विंस करना है कि जब वो ग्रैंड एंट्री उसी से उनको ग्रैंड अगर चाहिए ना, ग्रैंड एंट्री उसी से।
अब उनकी लंबाई है
No, 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 no. He checked also. He checked also. He said no. You can zoom in the jib, pull the track.
Entry होगा, then you have to cut to audience. Yes, yes.
No, so the moment comes like this. He will come here. He comes here.
यही वाला है
आपको ये चाहिए ड्राइवर? है अगर आपको लगाओगे तो अभी लगा देंगे, अभी लग जाएगा, अभी लग जाएगा। मे बी बेटर। मैं बोलता हूँ, मैं बोलता हूँ।
नहीं प्रकाश एक बार इधर आ रहा है तो ही
इज गेटिंग खड़ा हो जाए सर ऐसे just stand and see, just stand and see. Better is it's a 1 square feet thing.
ठीक
के लिए अलग लाइट है
अभी भी ठीक है
think so, no?
Wahid? Wahid? Wahid?
ये
पीएम के लिए हमने 4 लाइट है ना
यहीं पे रहना।
दोनों की सेम कॉपी करती है मुझे पता नहीं साइड का 2 लाइट है ना
ये क्या है
200 वो नंबर क्या है
उनके हाथ में दिया था हमने
हाँ नहीं वो वही उसी को
एक 44 उसका एक्सट्रीम राइट में इस साइड पे लेफ्ट में
अरे आई डोंट नो प्लस 2
हैं
पीछे नहीं पीछे कैसे कर रहे हो
34 और 44 होगा ना
He came and showed पीछे मत करना धड़े ही नहीं पीछे नहीं कर
या दैट्स मोर
एक बार ऑन ऑफ करो उसको 30 वो वाला को आप अभी बता रहे हैं हाँ ये 40 है ये दोनों को आप एक काम करो ना 25% लिख दो और कम करो और कम करो और कम कर दे और कम होगा 20% करो 20% ठीक है इतना रख दो सामने के लाइट कितना हो जाएगा 30 था ना इसको आप ये काम करो आप इसको 25% कर देना सामने वाला 25% कर सामने का दूसरा दोनों लाइट ठीक है अभी आइरिस
spread it
हाँ
just keep it like
आइरिस सामने
हाँ so you can just
हाँ
put it
इसका
on
आइरिस
there.
एक बार ना
once he's
सामने
done, he can
उसको बोलो हैं
Move the top page on the side.
हेलो
No.
Anand is there first, no?
yeah so he'll have to reduce it no it'll actually be the same yeah it's going to be the same
बोलो podium पे
then they'll have a problem with the camera yeah देखो
राव सर ऑडियो will be being tall is not a virtue so anyway so then when you're saying you'll without the चल दे इसमें हैं यार ये ना फोटो खींचो बैकअप है
ताकि जी मैं ना पीएम का पोडियम में खड़ा हुआ है यहाँ का आइरिस थोड़ा बड़ा ना फेस का आइरिस बहुत नहीं अभी कम कर दिया कम किया अभी तो डार्क हो जाएंगे फेस पूरा बहुत कम कर दिया अभी देखो हेलो अभी आइरिस बढ़ा दो लाइट अभी कितना मिल रहे हैं एक्सपोजर मैं आप नहीं लाइट मत बढ़ाना वो वाहिद आप लाइट मत बढ़ाना आपको मैंने बोला उसमें रखना है 20 और 25 सामने हाँ जी कैम टू मेरे पास आ नहीं रहे आप बताएंगे मुझे
ऑडियो माइक चेक 1
मैं वो कम करा रहा हूँ कम करा रहा हूँ मैं इसके बाद चेक कर रहा हूँ पेज तो नहीं रहा
सर
नहीं वही है रिफ्लेक्शन बढ़ने का वही देखो अभी कैमरे का आइरिस बढ़ा के बता दो
3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10
Ladies and gentlemen, in about 40 minutes from now, we should have the Prime Minister with us here at the Rising Bharat Summit. The entire team is working diligently to ensure comfortable seating for all our guests present. Request all our guests to also please cooperate with our team. There is a thorough protocol that we have been that we are following, and it's because of that There is a little bit of inconvenience for all of us. Request all of you to kindly cooperate and work with our team, which has got the list of the guests and their specific assigned seats. So kindly cooperate. Thank you very much.
ठीक है, ठीक।
अच्छा सुनो सुनो हिमांशु 2 and 3 रखो।
चेक करवा देता हूँ। ये गर्म है अभी, इसमें पानी मिक्स नहीं है। आ जाओ। चावला जी वहाँ से कोस्टल लेके आना, कोस्टल भाग के अंदर है। पानी है, चावल और पानी दोनों ही है।
Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. The show is about to start. You are requested to keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Photographers are requested not to use flash.
In 2019, the world's largest democracy went to polls. As millions cast their votes, there emerged one undisputed winner: News18 Network.
Unbelievable performance.
On election result day, our news network had the highest cumulative reach.
India's general election is the largest democratic exercise in the world. It is a complex and mammoth logistical operation with no better way to report it than to get boots on the ground.
भारत के सबसे बड़े न्यूज नेटवर्क के तौर पर हमें एक निर्णायक बढ़त मिली,
क्योंकि 2019 में हमारे पास थी रिपोर्टर्स की speed and accuracy can make or break your coverage on result day.
And that's why we built a live result hub for the 2019 general elections, a cutting-edge technology platform linking our election data hub directly to the counting center.
जिससे हमने देश को ये भरोसा दिलाया कि सिर्फ हम आप तक लाएंगे सबसे तेज और सबसे सटीक नतीजे।
तेज गति से आते इस रियल टाइम डेटा को सही से समझना और समझाना जरूरी था। The most innovative election tool, built indigenously by our engineers, revealed the story behind the numbers and kept viewers hooked to the action.
The magic wall gave the viewers a bird's eye view
that allowed them to capture every major swing that swept a district, state or region.
It allowed our presenters to zoom in at a granular level and deep dive into the factors that played a role.
मैजिक वॉल ने तो वाकई में जादू कर दिया, हमारे कॉम्पिटिटर्स को मानो जैसे गायब ही कर दिया।
Cutting-edge technology and tools at our disposal gave us a head start over competition.
But we needed something else, the human touch.
Many believe that elections are just a numbers game, but that's only half the story.
It's also about the presenters that make sense of the complex numbers and distill the information for you in an easy-to-follow, engaging format.
सिर्फ इतना ही नहीं, आप हमारे एंकर्स पर भरोसा भी कर सकते हैं।
To ask incisive questions to political leaders, analysts and newsmakers,
ताकि आप तक हर जवाब पहुंचे।
पर ये कैसे सुनिश्चित हो कि हमारे दर्शक हमें देख रहे हैं और कहां देख रहे हैं?
We realized that we had to serve news no matter where our audience was. Our audience would switch seamlessly between platforms, watching TV on one moment and switching to the smartphones the next.
That's why we built cutting-edge digital tools that served all the information they needed at their fingertips.
So what's new in 2024?
As we head towards the general elections, we're only getting bigger and better.
आंकड़ों के इस गणित को सुलझाकर न्यूज़ 18 ने मार्केट में शिखर पर अपना कब्जा और मजबूत कर लिया।
Our network has spread wider and deeper, reaching the farthest corners of India,
crossing language barriers and addressing a larger untapped markets with locality.
India's largest hyperlocal news network.
Our digital brands are among the country's most admired and followed. We've built a formidable following on social platforms that allow our messaging to spread wider.
Our websites are now 320 million unique visitors and 5 billion page views.
Our studios have been built with the latest technology and storytelling tools
that will keep our audience engaged, informed and entertained.
न्यूज़ 18 नेटवर्क पूरी तरह से तैयार है इस चुनाव की महा कवरेज के लिए, आप तक सबसे तेज, सबसे निष्पक्ष, सबसे भरोसेमंद खबर पहुंचाने के लिए।
And not
not just the politics. After all, politics and the economy are inextricably linked.
We will bring you a ringside perspective of how does the market perceive this momentous event and how's the economy poised in the run-up.
Partner with us as we dominate the consumer mind space once again
with our path-breaking 2024 general election coverage. We're going bigger, grander, and deeper than any election so far.
The battle for Bharat, सिर्फ News 18 network पर.
So book your ringside seats now.
What's new about news? Nothing. That's until we stepped onto the scene. Instead of playing the game, we became the game. We reach 700 million people every year via TV and a whopping 320 million per month through digital properties. How did we do this? We went global. Forging partnerships with the biggest names in the media industry like CNN, CNBC and Forbes. Partnerships that are dominating their category. Our flagship English news channel CNN News 18 blew past the limits of what's possible, reigning as the #1 news channel for over 52 weeks. Our national brand, News 18 India, has more viewers than even popular entertainment channels and is India's #1 Hindi news channel. When it comes to numbers and trends, we mean business, so that you stay on top of your business. That's why CNBC TV 18 doesn't just lead in the business news category, it is the category. Commanding 96% of the market share. And our Hindi business channel, CNBC Awaaz, has been the trusted partner for traders for 19 years running, delivering swift market analysis that has made it the preferred choice for influential voices in the country. Our channel, CNBC Bazaar, dominates the Gujarati business news landscape. We've expanded into the beating heart of Bharat, speaking many languages and the truth, even as several of our regional channels rule the charts. While we dominate the airwaves, we've kept our fingers on the digital pulse. Our digital brands are platforms, not just websites. We curated informed opinions on First Post, creating premium properties that are expanding our global reach and presenting India's voice to the world. And with Money Control, we're blurring the lines between media and tech, straddling everything from news, data, analytics to transactions, creating products that help Indians multiply their wealth. Money Control's engagement metrics and app downloads are greater than all competition put together, making it the biggest news subscription product in India. But we're not just focused on numbers. We want to change lives, one campaign at a time, going big on purpose, creating initiatives that matter. We are changing India through Local 18. We've extended our reach to small towns, villages, gullies, and mohallas, telling stories from the grassroots, creating access to untapped markets. We are Network 18, where news breaks on all platforms, made possible by converged digital-first newsrooms. We put the new in news. For the biggest elections of the year,
Where did the BJP
trust only the best election team
no compromise
that brings domain expertise and diversity.
ममता बनर्जी ने कोलकाता में रैली.
Do you see that?
Demystifying news,
आप क्यों परेशान हो
the hard facts,
Will you stand up for Hindus?
global perspective,
China is trying to twist the
the
narrative.
tough questions.
क्या बीजेपी इसको भारत में लोकतंत्र
India first,
The country, its people.
voice of the people.
ये नेता भी बड़े गजब के होते हैं.
Count on News 18 Live Result Hub to get you the fastest and most accurate election results. Elections equals News 18.
ये नया इंडिया,
नए नजरिए का इंडिया, जहां लोगों का नंबर 1 भरोसा बनता है वो
जो उनके मुद्दे, उनकी आवाज
निडर होकर उठाता है,
लोगों की
नंबर 1 पसंद बनता है वो जो सिर्फ रफ्तार नहीं जिम्मेदारी
पर भी विश्वास रखता है।
देश का नंबर 1 न्यूज चैनल
बनता है वो जो देश हित
और जनहित
दोनों को
सर्वोपरि समझता है।
न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया, नए इंडिया का नया नंबर 1 न्यूज चैनल।
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We were on our way to Tel Aviv, and as you can see, sirens sounding. This was one of the first sites of the attack by Hamas terrorists. President De Silva, welcome to First Post. How are you doing? How do you like New Delhi? The Nigerian delegation was the first to arrive. With me is Mr. Piyush Goyal. Time for a flashback. Let me tell you the story of what happened in between. Also why Jews left their ancient homeland in the first place. This show we'll try to read between the lines, the stated and the unstated, the obvious and the hidden, to bring you the full story.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden.
How dare he say that? If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on First Post America.
I'm Rupa Ramani, and First Post brings you the ringside view. We bring you the cup of dreams. Cricket World Cup coverage like never before.
It is the mother of all battles.
When we launched, we had a vision and a hope, but we had no idea that our project would see such exponential growth. We reached 200 countries and regions. We throw a spotlight on global issues from an Indian perspective. We are trying to make our mark in the digital town square. We are building a news platform with a video nucleus.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
We're in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States of America. When we began, we were sure of what we were doing, but to have viewers validate that has been heartwarming. As we expand and grow, our core values remain the same. We are not interested in window dressing the news. We believe in the quality of First Post and its flagship show, Vantage. Israel says every strike progress. The first one, of course, is against Hamas. The second one is against the media. In crisis, you have two options. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. The linchpin of our routine is research and analysis. We hope to tell India's growth story, and we will continue to do so with credibility as our North Star.
CNBC TV 18, an unending pursuit for excellence. A pioneer, a leader, a visionary, building a lasting legacy of credibility, consistency, and trust. Giving unparalleled access to global thought leaders and powering conversations that are shaping the new world order. Setting the highest standards through exemplary leadership. It is this unrivaled reputation for the most comprehensive coverage, actionable intelligence, and in-depth reporting that makes CNBC TV 18 India's #1 business news brand. Foreseeing change, growth, and transformation for over a quarter of a century. Trendsetters crafting innovative content formats. And award-winning business journalism. On air, online, on social media. As we embark upon 25 years of excellence, we invite you to be a part of our future.
CNBC TV 18, your trusted partner and investment ally.
कैलेंडर भले ही कितने बदल गए हों, पर वो जज्बा आज भी बरकरार है। सुबह से पहले उठ जाते हैं, कभी रात के बाद सोते हैं, बिना थके हमेशा जागते रहते हैं। तभी तो छोटे से घर से बड़े आशियाना तक हमने बनते देखे हैं। 2 पहिया से लग्जरी कार तक का सफर भी हमने तय करते देखा है। बलिष्ठा बलिष्ठा नापते नापते, एक दूजे का साथ निभाते निभाते आज कितनी दूर तक आ गए। वैसे तो प्यार नापने का कोई पैमाना नहीं है, बस इतना जरूर है कि लाखों दिलों में हमने अपना घर बनाया है। आपकी कामयाबी से अपनी कामयाबी की ये साझेदारी यूं ही बनी रहेगी। 19 सालों से आपके साथ CNBC आवाज, आपके मुनाफे की बात।
कृष्णा का राधे राधे। अरे तुम फिर आ गए। इसको तो बाइज्जत बरी किया था ना।
सर इस बार इसके घर वालों ने इस पे केस किया।
अब क्या किया इसने?
ये पहले टीवी तोड़ रहा था, अब टीवी छोड़ ही नहीं रहा।
कैसे छोड़ूं सर, कैसे? जब अपन नई कहानियां, जबरदस्त मोटिवेशन और मजा घर में बैठ के पाएंगे तो टीवी छोड़ के अपन किधर जाएंगे? क्या बोलती पब्लिक?
ऑल्टो K10 OMG ये मेरा इंडिया का 10वां सीजन को पावर्ड बाय policybazaar.com एंड पैसाबाजार.com हर सोमवार रात 8 बजे हिस्ट्री TV 18।
Thank you for your patience. As all of us are settling in, let me just tell you that the Prime Minister is here. He's just on the adjacent hall with a very, very short interaction with some of the guests who are present here. And as we're all making our way in and settling in a short while from now, he will be with us. I have just one kind request to all the August gathering present here. Please put your phones on silent. And even if you're taking pictures during the Prime Minister's address, please turn off your flash mode. So if you're taking images, please turn off your flash mode. Thank you. Everybody except for the security personnel present inside the hall needs to be seated, please. So nobody should be standing. Please find a chair. Please settle in. Security will walk up to you and ask you to sit down. So please find a chair and please sit down. Thank you. भारत का रहने वाला हूं, भारत की बात सुनाता हूं। हाँ दोस्तों, ये गीत के बोल हैं, पर अगर इसे किसी ने कण कण में जिया है तो वह हैं श्री नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी। और 2014 में एक लहर के साथ जब से उस बल पर जब से उन्होंने कार्यभार संभाला है, तब से लेकर अब तक उन्होंने एक दिन भी छुट्टी नहीं ली है। कोई भी पर्व हो, कोई भी त्योहार हो, वो जवानों, किसानों या नौजवानों के साथ उस दिन को बिताते हैं। उनकी अगुवाई में नारी शक्ति को बल मिला है, देश को रक्षा और देश की रक्षा शक्ति और सबल हुई है, दुश्मन की मक्कारी विफल हुई है और भारत की विश्व पटल पर साख और हिस्सेदारी और प्रबल हुई है। सबका साथ, सबका विकास से की गई ये शुरुआत आज वसुदेव कुटुंबकम पहुंच चुकी है। शुरुआत, आरंभ प्रचंड हो तो अंत भी सुलभ होता है, अच्छा होता है, यही कहा जाता है। भारत, इस देश में करोड़ों को मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी से उभरते हुए हम देख रहे हैं और दुनिया को शांति, मैत्री और सद्भाव की राह भी हम दिखा रहे हैं। जहां जैम से जनता को वेलफेयर से जोड़ा गया है, वहीं भारत मंडपम में G20 की अगुवाई कर विश्व को भारत की सभ्यता और संस्कृति से भी जोड़ा गया है। मैसेज बहुत क्लियर है, हमसे नजरें मिलाओगे तो तुम्हारे लिए जान दे देंगे, आंख उठाओगे भारत की तरफ तो घुस कर मारेंगे। जी हां, अब आगे क्या करना है? स्वप्न एक विकसित भारत का है। हमारी प्रेरणा भारत है, भूमि की करें पूजा, सुजला सुफला सदा स्नेहा, यही रूप है उसका। जिए माता के कारण हम करें जीवन सफल अपना, यही तो है मंत्र अपना, शुभंकर मंत्र है अपना, चरैवेति चरैवेति। स्वागत कीजिए सर्वजन प्रिय, द मोस्ट पॉपुलर लीडर ऑफ आवर टाइम्स, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ भारत श्री नरेंद्र मोदी। And he's joining us here at the Rising Bharat Summit to present his thoughts on our principal theme, Leading for Global Good. Prime Minister Narendra Modi. जोरदार स्वागत कीजिए इनका। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, आभार। एंड मैं नाउ रिक्वेस्ट News 18 Network's Managing Director and Group Editor-in-Chief, Shri Rahul Joshi, to welcome the Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank the Prime Minister for taking time out from his punishing schedule to be with us. Please give him a round of applause. We are indeed very, very grateful. Sir, 5 years ago on February 25th, 2019, at Rising India Summit, I had quoted Bismil Sahab in your presence in the context of the Pulwama attack. Sarfaroshi ki tamanna ab hamare dil mein hai. Soon after my welcome address, you delivered your powerful keynote without betraying anything going on in your mind. And next morning, February 26th, we all woke up to the big news of India's attack on Balakot in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, in many ways, it was the big turning point under PM Modi's leadership towards the end of his first term. The message was as loud as it was clear. Don't mess with a strong, resurgent, confident, muscular India. And of course, don't mess with Modi. Prime Minister, that was 2019. Fast forward 5 years to January 22nd, 2024. I would say the other big turning point came on the day of Pran Pratishtha in Ayodhya, to which I was witness, a day that will go down in history as a major milestone in the life of Bharat. As I drove down the same evening from Ayodhya to Prayagraj to visit my mother, I could see amidst the celebrations and the bursting of crackers, the rise of a new India. As I passed through Gonda, Sultanpur and Pratapgarh in Uttar Pradesh, I could see in people renewed hope, renewed energy, renewed confidence. In many ways, the civilizational and cultural resurgence of India is finally taking wing. A Bharat that is not only soaring, but doing so while remaining firmly rooted in its cultural moorings. अगर इसी बात को मैं आपके शब्दों में कहूँ,